snort.
Inspired by State Farm's surprisingly great rates. is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
What is up? What is up? What is up? Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whichever you prefer. It is coming up this week. And I'm excited to be here. So, before we get started, if you like the video, if you like the stream, if you like the channel, if you like the content that we're putting up here, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as Zoom chat info if you want to watch the games with me on Sundays. We got 3 games left, so make sure you check those posts. Keep your eyes peeled, because that info is going to be up there right at game time. All right, let's get into this. Tampa Bay. Oh, shoot. Man, Tom Brady is coming to town. I said, Tom Brady is coming to town. Come on. He ain't bringing toys and presents, man. He's bringing an L to Carolina. And I'm going to tell you why. This team is not ready for Tampa Bay right now. Don't let that last week fool you. Don't let this slide that Tampa Bay is on fool you. Tom Brady is pissed. You could see it in the last game. You could literally see it. I was watching some clips, man. This dude looked pissed. The fact that Tampa went scoreless in that last game against the Saints, ooh wee. He's gonna take his revenge on us. I can guarantee it. It ain't gonna be pretty, Panthers fans. No. That man is gonna shred our secondary like Swiss cheese. You watch and see. Alright. But that's not what I wanted to say to open this stream up. Here's what I wanted to say. We as a franchise, as a team, as a fan base, need to change our ways. And I know y'all don't want to hear this, but y'all need to hear this. Because this involves us too, as a collective fan base. It doesn't just start at management. You can fire, cut, rehire, re-sign, cut, whoever you want in this organization. It don't matter. And I'm going to tell you why. For 2 reasons. 1, it's the culture. It's the culture that needs to change. The entire culture needs to change. Okay? From top to bottom. And I ain't talking about the keep pounding mantra. I ain't talking about the good parts of this, man. Because the good parts of this franchise need to stay where they are. I'm talking about the stuff that needs to change. Like, now. Because until it does, we are never going to go anywhere. We're just going to be on this circular train at Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? That never stops and you can never get off. That's what this fan base is right now. That's what this franchise is right now. And here's the thing, man. Here's the part y'all don't want to hear. We need to change our expectations as a fan base, as a collective fan base. And I'm not talking about the people in the Keep Pounding crew here, man. I'm talking about the ones that keep coming in here into everybody's chats and everybody's social media and acting like, oh, we get 3 wins, we're going to the Super Bowl. We get 3 easy wins, we go to the Super Bowl. Stop. Okay, stop. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. Right there. That junk needs to stop. Your expectations are way too high already. Change your mindset. Be realistic. We lose 4 straight. Oh, we're the worst team in the league. We're the Cam Newton is the problem. Matt Rule is the problem. Fire Tepper. You know, get rid of Tepper as an owner. Fire Fitterer. Fire this person or fire that person. Cut this person. Man, just stop. You ever wonder what would happen if we just actually did nothing for once? Just for once. When we didn't make rash decisions. You know, when we didn't feel hurried to go after another quarterback, when we didn't feel hurried to go after another coach, when we didn't feel hurried to do this or that, you know, as a franchise. Slow your roll. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's got this expectation of either we get to the Super Bowl or bust. Stop that. That's got to stop. Mm-mm. Because if you think realistically, there's stuff in between that. And people don't want to hear that. And yes, this affects us too as fans. This affects who we are as a franchise. Because, as you remember, Jared Richardson built this team around the fans. Right? You know, he could have just done whatever he wanted to do. But no. No. This man built this franchise around the fans because the fans are the most important part. And you know what? Right now, this fan base is so divided, it feels like DC politics. It really does. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying right now. Come on. This has got to stop. We have got to start getting on the same page on some stuff, man. The If I can remember back, Matt, the only time we ever actually agreed on anything as a fan base are the times when this team was truly, truly in desperation mode. Either that or we were going to the Super Bowl, one of the two. That's how fair weather this fan base has become. And we've allowed it to become that as a fan base. I'm doing my part, man. I'm trying to change people's expectations and make them realities. You know what I mean? I, I'm trying to I'm trying to slow everybody's roll here. But it's these people, man. They come into everybody's YouTube chats. They come into social media and they go, Super Bowl or bust, Super Bowl or bust. You know? And it's like, stop. Stop and think. How realistic is that? How realistic is it for our team to actually make the Super Bowl at this point? And I still see people in these chats going, we can still make the playoffs. We can still make the playoffs. Y'all are delusional. Y'all are straight up delusional. We're already out. And it's these same people that want us to win a game that's meaningless. Y'all remember the Washington game last year? How much that cost us last year? Y'all are the same delusional folks that keep coming up in everybody's social media and chats and going, we gotta win this game. We gotta have revenge. We gotta have revenge against Ron Rivera. We gotta have revenge against Tom Brady. Man, stop. We don't need no revenge. This team ain't. Who are we? Who are we? Literally. To actually seek out revenge. Who are we? We don't even know who we are yet. All we know is we have a defense on the field that's top 10. All we know is we have a GM that actually knows what he's doing. And a defensive coordinator that knows what he's doing. Other than that, who are we? We don't even know who we are yet. So how can we go around talking about, oh, we want revenge against former players. Oh, we want revenge against former teammates. Oh, we want revenge against Tom Brady. Man, stop this junk. This is the mentality that is killing this franchise. Y'all don't understand that. This is killing our franchise. Y'all think it's just the owners. Y'all think it's just the management. No. It's these clowns in the social media, man. I'm telling you. All these little keyboard warriors that are Panthers fans that or so-called Panthers fans that want to come up in here, man, and act like, oh, well, we gotta have revenge against X player, X teammate, X whoever it is, man. Stop. I'm gonna tell y'all something. When you're not in the playoff hunt, it doesn't matter. Cut the clown garbage. Alright? Seriously. Cut the clown garbage and focus on reality. This is where we are. Whether you like it or not. We are about to become a 5-win team, whether you like it or not. This is reality. We might be a 6-win team. Point is, we're here. There's no more ifs or if we did this, but we. What if we did this? No, stop. Focus on reality. Focus on where we are right now. We are trying to prepare for 2022. This season's dead. Whether y'all want to admit it or not, it's dead. So I don't want to hear nobody come up in this chat or any of the social medias that I own or my DMs and act like, oh, we still got a chance in the playoffs. No, stop. And nobody's done it so far, thankfully. But I've been seeing it in everybody else's chats. And I said, look, man, y'all gotta quit with this delusional crap. This team is on a slide partially because of us having way too high expectations every year. It's partially on us. I know y'all don't like to admit it, but it's true. And again, like I said, you can fire, hire, cut, re-sign whoever you want to. It ain't gonna matter until you change the culture. It's not gonna change until you change the mindset. And that mindset is where it all starts. Half this game is mental. A lot of people don't understand that. Or they just refuse to accept it. But if we keep going in tunnel vision like this, it's like a Disneyland ride that you can never get off of. That's exactly what it is. Until you decide to pump the brakes, it ain't happening. Imagine you're driving a car down the highway and you're about to run into a wreck. Now, the Panthers management and our collective mindset just goes, slam the gas pedal, slam the gas pedal, slam the gas pedal. And the smart part of your brain goes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. Until you physically decide to pump those brakes as a fan base, as a whole fan base. And nobody wants to hear this, though. They don't want to hear it. Nah, they don't want to hear this. Until you decide to pump those brakes, it ain't happening. That car ain't slowing down. That wreck cannot be avoided until you do so. Now, a small part of it is us, but the majority of it is management. And they refuse to slam on those brakes until it's too late. Until time after time after time. And we just keep wrecking that beautiful, shiny new car that we keep getting every year. That's a rental, right? You can view the quarterbacks as rentals. You can view all these shiny new players as rentals. But at the end of the day, they look like a jumbled mess at the end of it. It's a three-ring circus at the end of it. You're in that car wreck, whether you like it or not. And it's like an infinite loop with this team. Year after year after year, we just keep crashing that car. And we keep expecting things to get better. Man, think about this. If you're buying a new car, this is the Panthers fan base expectations. When you buy a shiny new car, you expect this thing not to get scratched, right? Well, if you don't hit those brakes, that thing's gonna turn into a tow truck center. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna turn into a wreck. And it does every year. Because our expectations are way too high. Clearly. And that's the majority of the fan base. Our expectations are too high. I'm trying to help out with that, man. I'm trying to mellow everybody out. But nobody wants to listen. Outside of the keep pounding crew, nobody wants to listen. And I say, all right, I'm taking my hands off the wheel. Y'all drive. Y'all keep driving this car into the wreck every year. I'm just going to sit back and watch. I've had enough watching. I don't know about y'all, but I've had enough watching, man. Because I could preach this till I'm blue in the face, but this fan base don't want to hear it. They just don't. They don't want to admit that they're wrong. They don't want to admit that we don't have a Super Bowl caliber team. They don't want to admit that we don't have a playoff caliber team. They don't want to admit that we have wasted yet another year. Because guess what, folks? That makes them wrong. And they're afraid of being wrong. They just can't stand it that they're wrong. And we're sitting here year after year doing the same garbage year after year. Well, guess what? Your fears are going to keep coming true. A it's like a horror movie, man. That just keeps happening over and over and over. Man, y'all ever see that movie Happy Death Day? That's exactly what this team is. It's we just keep killing ourselves, keep killing ourselves, keep killing ourselves, and we just keep trying to figure out why we keep killing ourselves, but the answer just never comes. And at the end of the movie, and I hate to spoil this for y'all, man, but it turns out to be somebody they actually know that has been there the entire time. That's the same thing with this team. If you haven't seen that movie, I hate to spoil that for you. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna put no names out there, but I don't want to spoil it for y'all if you haven't seen it yet. You probably should have by now. Point is, the point I'm trying to make is, we know the solutions. They're right in front of us, but we're just too blind to see it because we got tunnel vision on. Because our expectations are so high that we think we can just ignore it. We can just ignore the boogeyman in the room. We can't. We can't, y'all. I don't know how many more years we got to do this, but we can't do this anymore. If y'all want to win a Super Bowl, we cannot. If y'all want to make progress, even, we can't keep doing this. This is where we are now. All right. With that in mind, Matt, I want to read this comment real quick. All right. Brady is ready to win at all costs, even if he has to cheat again. Man, facts. Facts. I don't even care, man. It if Tampa wins this game, I don't even care because it helps us with our draft spot. You know, and this team is dumb enough, actually, after reading the press clippings. Okay, this is something I saw earlier this week. Every coach has improved in December except for Matt Rule. That's the press conference. You know, that's the press clippings, right? What this team does is they read these press clippings around December and they go, "Oh no, we're back here again. We gotta make some kind of improvement in December." No, you don't. What are you trying to prove? We're out of the playoffs. The playoffs are dead. We're sitting on the couch in January. What are y'all trying to prove? Lord, do we just keep doing this every year? We keep winning games that we should not be winning when we're trying for higher draft spots. We just keep doing this. And we think, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Nah, we got to get revenge. Revenge, revenge, revenge. And this goes back to the attitude, man. This goes back to the expectations. Y'all are so revenge driven on some of these teams and former players that it blinds you. Take the blinders off. And yeah, at this point, I don't even care if this man beats us. I don't even care. It don't matter. Because if it mattered, then we would have a reason to be pissed off that they're cheating. But at this point, who cares? We're not in the hunt. Why do we care? Here's the thing that breaks that mold. This man has been caught cheating, and it's a bad role model for the league. Y'all see what I'm saying? In 2015, we had household name Panthers players that were good role models for the younger generation, for the newer kids that are coming into the game, that are learning the game, flag football, youth leagues, high school football, stuff like that, junior varsity leagues, that are starting to love this game. And they need somebody to look up to that's healthy, man. They don't need a cheater. They need somebody like Cam Newton, like Greg Olson, like Thomas Davis, Luke, Julius Peppers. That's who they need to look up to. Not cheaters in the league. Okay, maybe you take Cam Newton's name off the list because there's some people that don't believe he's a good role model. But still, y'all see my point, man. These kids need somebody real to look up to. So we're not just playing for a ring, man. A lot of people don't understand that. This goes bigger than football. Okay, this is development of the community. You know, this is role models, positive role models. Look how much good all these former players have done in the community and the ones that are doing things right now. This goes beyond a trophy. Yes, the trophy's nice. The trophy's shiny. Yes, it means something. But the fact that we made it to the big game in 15 means so much more. It means that we are showing positive role models that can help develop these kids the right way and help them learn the game the right way and to love the game as much as we love it ourselves, as much as the players love it. It's every one of these situations of these teams that get into the Super Bowl are a platform for these kids. Every player that shows up on that roster is a role model. That's why we got to represent ourselves well. You know what I mean? That's why we got to figure out who we are as a franchise. Because until we can do that, we're not making any progress towards any of these goals. Any of them. And I'm going to tell you, man, Tom Brady could cheat his way into a win over us on Sunday, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. I'm going to tell you why. Because, one, we're out of the playoffs anyway. Two, I don't even think this man's going to reach the Super Bowl again this year. There is way too much talent in his way. But you never know. It's Tom Brady. You can't discount him. And you can't discount the cheating ways either. So, it is what it is. But, no. You could call me a hater. You could call me whatever you want. But I cannot stand Tom Brady as a person. I cannot stand Tom Brady. I cannot stand Gronkowski either. They think they're all that. They think they're special. They think they're the next thing is sliced bread. Yeah, y'all won some trophies. Yeah, y'all cheated your way into some Super Bowls. Y'all got lucky on a few of those Super Bowls. But what about the kids? See, y'all forgot about that. Y'all forgot about that. You want to act like the younger generation don't matter? Oh, all that matters is winning trophies? Yeah, that's going to come back to haunt you. And the rest of the league. Imagine newer players with the ego and the cheating ways of Tom Brady coming up through the system just because this man keeps winning trophies and acting like the kids don't matter. And I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming. Y'all want a bunch of dirty players in the league? It's coming. We've already got some in Seattle. We've already got some in Atlanta. We got some in Philadelphia. We got some in New Orleans. In our own division. In our own backyard. And y'all want to act like this don't matter. All that matters is winning. Take off the blunders and see the bigger picture. These types of players are ruining the league. And they're ruining the game of football. But people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that at all. All they see is www. Oh, there's a trophy. Oh, www trophy. No, they don't see all that. Because y'all are blind, man. Y'all got that tunnel vision. Just like this fan base does right now. You got them high expectations. You got that tunnel vision, acting like this team is somebody. When, look what we've done in the last 7 years. Let's bring everybody back down to Cloud 9. Out of Cloud 9, man. And back to reality. Because that's where we need to be. We keep acting like we're the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Kansas City Chiefs or somebody that's a consistent winner. Man, come on off of that nonsense, man. Come on out of Cloud 9. Join us in reality. Because we've been here, man. We've been on this Disney train line. For 7 years now, we've been here. We ain't getting off that ride. And it's the same people. It's the same people. Once we go on a 3-game winning streak, they think Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. And then we go on a 4-game losing streak. Fire everybody, fire everybody, fire everybody. It's the same ones beating the same drums every year. Ain't it? Y'all notice that? I know y'all been watching these comments. I know y'all been watching social media. It's the same ones. And I hope it's nobody from this community. Because I'm trying to set y'all straight, man. I'm trying to bring y'all down from Cloud 9. I'm trying to bring y'all back from the waters of the ocean. Back to reality. Because that's where we are. Whether we like it or not. This team is not anybody special. It isn't. We can make this team special in a positive way if we choose to. But only if we choose to. We got to choose to pump those brakes. We got to choose, to exercise safety and precaution. We got to choose to lower our expectations. We got to choose to be better as a fan base. If we want this organization to hear us. And there's going to be a lot of loud voices. A lot of loud voices coming up. Ignore them. Fight back against them. Because those are the voices the management is listening to. They ain't listening to us. They're listening to them. And that's what keeps having us crash that car every single year. Because you're putting the student driver that has failed every test in charge of your brand new Lexus every year. What did you expect was going to happen? And then your insurance bills are sky high, and you got to think about, oh, how am I going to pay this? How am I going to pay that? How am I going to keep this player? How am I going to keep that player? Are we going to fire this student driver? Or this teacher? Are we going to fire this teacher? You know that's teaching us how to drive? No. When you finally find a coach that actually halfway knows what he's doing, man, come on. And I'm not saying Matt Rule is the answer. I'm not saying he's the permanent answer. I'm saying that we've run into a lot of situations where injuries have happened. We've run into a lot of situations where the offensive line has happened. We've run into a lot of situations where we have cut and kept the wrong players. And guess what that leads back to? The mindset, the culture, every bit of it. You think back to the players that we have cut that we were not supposed to. Mario Addison, AJ Klein, Star Lutelli, uh, Effie Obata. Why do you think I'm wearing this man's jersey right now? To remind management to get their head out of the sand. Because they don't seem to understand that when you cut these players, they will come back to haunt you. It's the mindset. It's the culture change, man. We need a culture change. Man. All right. That in mind, man. I'm going to get back to football, man. But I wanted to focus on that real quick because it's important. That's the most important thing with this franchise right now. It ain't the O line. It ain't who we keep and cut. It ain't who we fire or keep in the coaching staff. It's the mindset and the culture. All right, so that in mind, we do need to take this loss against Tampa Bay to improve our draft stock to a top 5. We are sitting currently at 7. Panthers, hear me very clearly, and I'm going to say this twice so they hear me on this one if they're listening. Don't do anything stupid. Do not try to win this game. I'm not saying tank. I'm saying do not try to win this game. It will hurt us. Do not try to win this game. It will hurt us. I hope y'all heard that loud and clear. Because I ain't saying it again. Because if we somehow mess around and win one of these next 2 games, and we come back around in April and we wonder why our draft stock is not in the top 5, don't come crying to me asking me why. Alright? Don't come into my chat or into my PMs asking me why we're not a top 5 draft pick. Because I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you the last time when we won against Washington. We won meaningless games that do not matter when we're clearly out of the playoffs. That mindset is killing us. That is my opening thoughts. we're gonna get to the rest of this junk later on. For right now, it is break time. I will see y'all in a few minutes. And then we're going to go over that depth chart. We're going to go over a bunch of other things, a mock draft, and we may do some playoff predictions as well later on. So stick around, man. We'll be back. Let me get y'all some music going on. I apologize, y'all.
Buddha.
Hello, Discover Card here to explain our cashback match. We match all of the cashback you earn at the end of your first year automatically. It's that simple. Discover, exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
All right, folks, we are back. And of course, happy holidays. Merry Christmas, whatever you prefer. Um, it is that time of year. So, spread some joy, spread some peace, spread some love, to those that need it. What's up, Rashawn? Shout out to you in the Facebook chat. Shout out to Jack. And shout out to Corey McKinney. Now is when we start getting into the crazy stuff, man, because I'm ready. Sorry, I just gotta adjust the webcam here. And let's get into this Bucks depth chart. Actually, let me add the screen real quick. Check this message. All right. Okay. And let's go. We're looking at the Tampa Bay depth chart. And as always, you're going to notice the two most obvious names on here, Tom Brady and Gronk, are the most dangerous on the offense for the Tampa Bay Bucks. Now, I just heard today that Leonard Fournette is on the IR for a hamstring injury. So that means you're going to see Ronald Jones the second. And the reason I know that Leonard Fournette is on the IR is because I've had him on my fantasy team all year, and he's been racking up some mega points for me. Shout out to Leonard Fournette, man. Thank you so much for those fantasy points. Appreciate you, bro. But, let's take a look at a couple more of these guys. O.J. Howard is the other tight end for Tampa. Now, how many catches does this guy have this year? Because Gronk is on there. With the neck injury, throughout the middle of the season. I don't know how that thing is healed up or not, but still, it's Gronk. He's a monster. All right, so OJ Howard has 14 catches, 135 yards, 9.6 average, and one touchdown. Modest numbers considering that Tom loves to throw to Gronk. But still, you're doing with a 6'6", 251-pound tight end from Alabama here with OJ Howard. I mean, that's a really good second choice. And if you remember when Tom and Gronk were with New England, there was a very solid choice at tight end behind Gronk as well that Tom was throwing to as well. And I don't remember the name, but in recent years. But yeah, when they went on that Super Bowl championship run, man, where they just could not be stopped, they had a solid number 2 tight end. And this is exactly what they got with OJ Howard in Tampa. So they're rebuilding that here in Tampa Bay, in our backyard in the NFC South. So, that's not a good thing to see that on your opposing roster. As far as the offensive line, you're looking at an offensive line that makes mistakes, penalties wise, just as much as the rest of the league. They're not really that disciplined, but they are strong and physical. So, as of lately, it's become a little easier to get to Tom Brady because they've had some line issues. So, I mean, pass rushers, be aware of that. You got your shot. Put him in the dirt. Now, we know that we don't really have much of a shot against this team, but that's not because of what they're doing. It's because of what we're doing. Or more politely, what we're not doing. We're not putting up points. We're not getting these first downs and third down and fourth down situations. And it's absolutely killing us. We keep shooting ourselves in the foot on the line with penalties. We keep doing dumb things, that this Tampa Bay defense could fully take advantage of. Now, granted, I'd have to check the injury list to see how many of these guys are not on board for Sunday, but I can guarantee you, if they were playing with a full deck of cards here, Jason Pierre-Paul is dangerous. Sue is dangerous. I've seen Sue in person. This dude is huge. This dude is freaking huge. And it's one thing to see these guys on TV, but to see them up in person when you're practicing against them, in training camp. And this is a very, very big, intimidating guy right here. I would not want to face that. I really wouldn't. Of course, he spent most of his years with the Detroit Lions, but still, now other teams are starting to see his worth, and Tampa's got him now. But very, very dangerous guy, if you let him have his way. Of course, everybody pretty much knows about Antoine Winfield down here. There's Ross Cockrell. You'll remember Ross Cockrell? Former Panther. On an opposing roster in the divisional rounds. Like, come on, man. This is the guy I actually got to do a promo for this channel about 2 to 3 years ago. I don't know if y'all saw that video, but go check the listing. It'll be there. But yeah, Ross Cockrell. Now, the people I don't know much about are Barrett here, the outside linebacker, and I don't know much about Sean Murphy, the corner, or Carlton Davis. We're gonna take a look at them real quick because I'm not as familiar with them. Notice I'm not spending as much time on the second string, but really on the first string because we're going to see most of the first string in this game because they're trying to lock up the division. So they're going to play the starters today. 32 solo tackles, 9 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 pick. Whoa. That's some scary numbers. All right. So I'm curious here as to where they got those forced fumbles. All right, 1 forced fumble against the Colts, 1 against the Bears, and 1 against the Dolphins. Okay. He's not really known for pass deflections, but he got 1 against New England, and he also got 1 against the Falcons. Which, I mean, the 1 against the Falcons, that's not saying much, but the 1 against New England, that is. New England's offensive line has been pretty sturdy throughout the year. So, the 9 sacks have been kind of spread out. But notice he got this year and a sack and a half against the Bills. Those are the 2 I want to point out. Because those are 2 very, very dangerous playoff teams right there. So, to see sacks against those 2 teams is very interesting. One other thing I noticed about the Bills' offensive line is they're having some penalty troubles. That game last week. Ooh, excuse the yawn. But there were a lot of penalties on that offensive Bills line. Did y'all notice that? I thought that was interesting. That's going to hurt them down the line. Depending on who they play, that's going to hurt them. And you got players like Shaquille Barrett here that can absolutely cause some of those penalties and be a matchup nightmare. 6'2", 250 pounds, 8 years in the league. I mean, he's made a name for himself. Absolutely. Let's see. He had 19 and a half sacks in 2019 with the Buccaneers. First year he came over to them. 8 sacks last year and 9 this year. 50 and a half career sacks for this man. As far as pass deflections, as I said before, he's not known for pass deflections, but he does have 14 career. He's got 2 this year. 222 solo tackles out of 301. That suggests that he's an open field tackler. And a very good one at that. 18 forced fumbles on the year for this man. On his career. I mean, for this year alone, it's 3. His highest total was 6, and that was in 2019. That was pretty much the height of his career. So, we got to watch out for this guy, man. Barrett's no joke. That's interesting. So we're gonna check out a couple more players. We're gonna check that injury list, and then I'm gonna have Corey McKinney tell us a little bit more about his opinions on what he thinks we should do. Because I had him blowing up my PMs earlier. I love the enthusiasm, man. Thank you for saving it for the stream, man. Bring that energy up in here, man. That's what's up. Am I seeing? Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? There is no way. How did you get Richard Sherman? There's no way. Oh my. Oh my freaking god. We got to deal with this man twice a year now? Oh crap. That's enough to piss me off right there. Everybody knows who Richard Sherman is. And if you don't, shoot, you better get familiar. Because if this dude ever gets playing time, we are screwed. We ain't getting nothing on that side of the field. Nothing. I'm talking about not even a breadcrumb. We're not even getting anything. He might be old, but he's still incredibly dangerous. Do not underestimate him. I'm actually shocked that they managed to sign this man. I'm shocked. That actually freaking scares me right there. I mean, look at this defense. You got Sue, you got Jason Pierre-Paul, you got Levante David. You know, you got Barrett. You got Antoine Winfield, one of the most dangerous people out in the West at safety. They got one of our former corners, Ross Cockrell, and now they have Richard Sherman. Man, oh my God. Oh my God. What is this depth chart right now? I don't know which depth chart I'm actually more afraid of, this one or the Bills at this point. That's terrifying. Shoot. With the struggles we're having on offense, there ain't no way we're getting anything on them if Sherman sees any playing time. Because you know Richard Sherman would love to have some revenge on Cam Newton. You know he would. After the last time he was playing in Seattle against Cam Newton, oh yeah. You know that man wants to pick on him. He wants it bad. He might get his playing time too. He might get a shot. Oh, and if that's not bad enough, we just talking about the Tampa defense, man. We just talking about the Tampa defense. We ain't even talking about the offense. We already know how dangerous the offense is. You got Antonio Brown at wide receiver and Mike Evans. Boy, God help us if all of them are healthy. God help us. This is going to be a rough one. But, look at the injury list. Let's see what we got here. Antonio Brown with an ankle injury, limited practice on Wednesday and Thursday. Man. Hold up. So, we got Levante David with a foot injury, did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. We got I'm not even worried about Jamal Dean. Mike Edwards with a knee injury, safety position, full practice on Wednesday and Thursday. And here's the one I'm interested in. Mike Evans, hamstring injury, did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. Safe bet we will not be seeing him. Leonard Fournette, IR. Hamstring, ankle injury, did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. Here's another one that's caught my attention. Jason Pierre-Paul, shoulder injury, full practice on Wednesday, did not practice on Thursday. So maybe that shoulder injury got worse. Wow. Or did he injure it on Thursday? That's what I'm wondering. Did he injure it today? And they just put him on the chart. I don't know. I don't remember him having a nagging shoulder injury. Do y'all? I don't remember that happening. That sounds like it's new. Because I didn't see that on his injury report for fantasy. So I think that's a new one. Could be. The punter's hurt with a hip injury, but he'll be back. Here's the big one. Richard Sherman with an Achilles injury, limited practice on Wednesday and Thursday. We may not see him. We'll see. Whitfield Jr. This is a big one too. Foot injury, did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. Okay. Tom Brady, not injury related, did not practice on Thursday. Yeah, we'll see Tom Brady. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? It's Tom. Unless it's a personal matter, it's Tom. Corey McKinney says Brady's pride is hurt from last week's shutout. Oh, that's comment of the day right there. That's beautiful. I love that. Oh man. That's beautiful right there. Thank you. All right. Jalen Darden, the wide receiver, has an illness. Did not practice on Thursday. No status on Wednesday. Raheem Nunez Roches, the defensive lineman. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Illness and did not practice on Thursday. No designation on Wednesday. But yeah, you've heard all the big names. You know who we're dealing with, who we're not. So this is going to be a long, long game. Anytime you're dealing with Tom Brady, it's going to be a long game. Now, there's the IR designation on the transactions. Darden and Roches are on the COVID list. Okay, that explains it. Corey McKinney says they would have Darden. They always get the players I have in my mocks. Yep. Truth. Truth. What I want to know is how they got Sherman to sign with them, because that's a lot of money. That man always asks for a big contract. Even as limited as he is right now, he still asks for a big contract because he's worth it. He's one of the top 5 corners in the league when he's healthy. I'd rate him in the top 2. But, that's just me. Bradbury's up in that top 10 list as well. So now you got Tampa Bay signing Le'Veon Bell. What do y'all think about that signing right there? That's an interesting one. I saw that earlier today and I was just like, huh. Okay. I think Sherman was relatively cheap because he isn't as good as he used to be and he's been having mental issues. Oh, boy. Is he really? I was not a little bit. I've noticed that, you know. But I didn't know he was having mental issues. Man, that sucks. You got that famous Falcons wide receiver having issues right now too. Mental problems, man. It's a rough thing. It is. Ridley? Yeah. I feel for those guys, man. If you got mental issues, man, it's tough. Depression's a real thing. Yo, let me stop talking about football for just 1 second and just talk about this for a quick minute because this is real. This goes far beyond football. Sherman tried to kill himself. Y'all, that's some scary stuff. And I'm not making light on this stuff at all. Mm-mm. This is serious. If y'all need mental help, man, go get it. Don't be afraid to. Don't be afraid to seek counsel with somebody. Don't be afraid to talk to somebody. You know, if you feel like you are in a depressed state in any way, talk to somebody. Don't hold this stuff in. You don't want to end up like Sherman trying to kill himself, man. I'm telling you. You don't want to be there. It's a horrible place. I had depression for 2 years, man, and it sucked. I just felt like there was nothing worth living for at all. And it's a good thing I had my faith, man. This team's mantra helped keep me going, you know, and so did some really, really good friends and family. So, reach out. That's what I ended up having to do, man. Because you're never going to get past that hump if you don't. And there is hope on the other side. There is. There's peace. There's happiness. There's joy and laughter on the other side, but you got to get there. It's tough. I know y'all don't want to believe me right now, if you have these issues, but it's there. It is there. You got to get there. You got to fight. And it's tough. And that's what this is, man. That this is what the keep pounding mantra is, man. You got to keep fighting through all of the mountains in your life, no matter what they are. Whether they be small, whether they be Mount Everest size, you know? Use that mantra, man. Use it. It's there for you. You know, we talk about so many people with mental issues out there these days. So many people that we have lost along the way. because they didn't seek help. Please, please seek help and do not feel embarrassed about it at all. Don't feel shy about it. Don't feel scared of it. People aren't going to judge you. Seek that help. All right. And it's especially dangerous, to be in these situations during this Christmas time of year. You know, yeah, I've heard stories from like veterans, I've heard stories from all kinds of people, man, that are struggling this time of year. And it's made especially worse because of COVID. And I know y'all don't want to hear the C word right now, but it's true. It's true. It has made life for those that have already had depressive issues or suicidal thoughts a absolute nightmare to deal with. But I'm telling you, reach out. Seek that help. Keep pounding. You'll get there. My DMs and my PMs are wide open for y'all. If you need my help, if you need to reach out, if you need somebody, I'm here for y'all. We're a family. We are absolutely a family. I will take time out of my busy schedule to help you. I promise you. I will find time to help you guys if you legitimately need it, you know? And don't joke about this stuff, man, because it's real. It's real. Corey McKinney says, yeah, it's hard to see some of your favorite players going through that. Obviously, they're more than just football players. They're human beings, you know? Yeah, they're husbands, fathers, and sons, too. I obviously just want to know them on a football level. Yeah, man. It's real. People see these players as players on the field, but they completely forget that these players are human, too. They deal with human emotions. They deal with human injuries. They deal with all this crap, you know, behind the scenes, behind closed doors that you don't even know about. So, before you start judging these people on their characters, please, please take some time to actually get to know these players as people. And that's what this organization prides itself on. You know, when we sign people, when we when we draft people, we get to know these players. You know, we don't we don't just draft them as football players to be used on a tool belt, on the field. We actually get to know these players on a personal level. And I think it's really cool because we're one of the very few teams that actually do that in sports. And I love it, to the level that we do. And I'm sure everybody does it to a degree, but to the level that we do it, it's beautiful. And some of these cuts, man, when you have to make cuts during training camp, when you have to the trade players, when you have to move these guys out of Charlotte, it hurts. It actually physically hurts because you got so attached to these players, and it affects them too. Trust me, it does. And you'll see it in press conferences, you'll see it in videos, but you don't understand what these players are going through behind closed doors, though. And it affects them in a very, very mentally draining way. So, they're all human beings. And we need to remember that. Alright, so back to the football related stuff, man. Um, yeah, Corey McKinney, I want to hear your thoughts on the signing of Le'Veon Bell. What do you think, man? What was that move for, do you think? Because at the moment, they've got three running backs right now. You know, do they really trust Ronald Jones the second? And it makes you really wonder that when they go out and they pick up Le'Veon Bell, who's been in the league for a while. Oh man. Um, let me read this Facebook comment real quick. Hold up. Um, well, we dropped the ball when D'Angelo Williams' mom passed, and it took way too long for us to say something when Catman passed. But other than that, I'd agree. Yeah, yeah, man. We as a community really didn't speak up quickly enough, and we should have. And it's kind of shown where our mentality is as a fan base. And it goes back to what I was saying, our mentality, our identity is based on our how we handle things, our mentality, how we think. And the fact that it took us way too long to react to that, you know, or to say something, when Catman passed, that's the mentality in Carolina. And that's the type of stuff, man. I'm telling you, it needs to change. We got to start dealing with these players as people. We got to start changing the mentality and being more realistic. Otherwise, we gonna keep falling behind. It's just the reality of it. As for Bell, it's about stacking up. Bell adds pass catching to the dynamic of their backfield. It keeps defenses guessing when you're going from power runs to quick outside runs to screen passes. That's very true. Uh, so realistically, what they're trying to do is just add another weapon to the tool belt. And I remember when they had Joseph Adai in no, it wasn't Joseph Adai. It was Calvin Ridley. When they had Ridley up in New England, you know, that's what he added to the New England Patriots when Tom Brady and Gronk were up there. Um, with all the weapons that they kept adding to the wide receiver core, Amendola, um, Wes Welker, the whole 9 yards, back in their championship runs days. Um, but yeah, that's what this move reminds me of. Yeah, the screwdriver, the knife, etc. They want more Swiss Army knife. Exactly. And I think Tom is having a lot to do with moves like that when he starts talking to the coach and, you know, the GM. And he says, look, we need more weapons. We need this. We need that. Let's pick somebody up. I'm getting tired of losing. Point blank, I'm getting sick and effing tired of losing. I'll bet you that's what Tom Brady was saying behind closed doors. I'm sick of this S. you know? And I'm censoring myself right now, but I guarantee you he's using the actual words. Because he looked pissed after that game. Woo! Did y'all see that press conference? Oh my god. Dude, I was straight up dead. I was straight up laughing so hard I was dead. That was some funny stuff right there. Bruh. But I guarantee you, Tom Brady has a lot to do with any additions to the offense, like Le'Veon Bell. Uh, when they got some of these guys were still here already, but Leonard Fournette, I would guarantee you, is one of them too. That Tom had something to do with. Was he there before Tom showed up, or was he after? I want to say after, but I don't know. How many years has he been in Tampa? Okay, 2 years. 2 years. All right. So yeah, that was Leonard was before that. Got it. Um, y'all notice another name on this list, Kyle Trask. Wasn't that a name that popped up on our radar on draft day? Hmm. I just want to point that out. Yeah, that was a name that showed up. But behind Mike Evans, I mean, you don't have that much at wide receiver. And Antonio Brown, I don't see much at wide receiver there. I don't know much about Scotty Miller. I don't know much about Tyler Johnson or Darden. So, I mean, maybe these are chain movers, but that's my thought process right now. But even without those two wide receivers, you still got Gronk. What's going on with Gronk's neck, by the way? Did he eventually get that healed up? Or is that still bothering him? Does anybody know? I mean, not that it's really going to matter, but still. Gronk is Gronk, but I'd still like to know, you know? Um, the only thing Ben will tear down his teammates. Brady never stops believing in his guys. That is true. And mind you, Brady is also quick to throw his wide receivers under the bus, but the drama doesn't seem to carry into the locker room like it does with Big Ben. Yeah, true. True. Big Ben's always been like that. If you think back to his early first 3 years, he's always been like that. So, I mean, and I do respect Brady for that, you know. But I'm not gonna say anything else because I really, at this point, we've already pissed off Tom and Gronk enough to lay siege to our defense. So it doesn't matter. But you know, I'm just looking at Gronk's picture, man. He looks so dumb in that picture. What are they doing like that? That fake smile. Okay. Oh god. All right. I don't think there's much else to really look at. I did say I was going to look at Sean Murphy. 6 foot even, 195, Central Michigan. Huh. Okay, 21 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble. Hasn't really gotten much playing time this year. Kind of a quiet career so far. 105 out of 138 solo tackles. Interesting. So he's an open field tackler. He does have a sack. He's got 13 pass deflections. Interesting. That's the number we want to look at right there. Because that shows me who he is. He's a pass deflection coverage guy. So, I don't think there's much else to pick up on here. There's 3 forced fumbles career wise, 1 for every year. Huh. So he had a pick 6 in 2019. Okay. I don't know. There's not really much to dissect here. He got 2 of the pass deflections against the Colts. Huh. That's a really interesting stat right there because that's the second Buccaneers defensive player now that we've seen that has 2 pass deflections against Indianapolis in that 38-31 win over Indy. And the Colts have really become a very dangerous team lately. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on there. You know, that seems to start to become a pattern. But yet their secondary gave up that many points. You know, like it makes you wonder how they gave up all those points. Was it running game? You know, I'm going to take a look at that in a minute. We got Carlton Davis, who's 6'1", 206 from Auburn. 21 solo tackles, 1 pick. Now, that 1 pick is the number we need to be concerned with. Because of Cam Newton right now, right? He's had 3 pass deflections against the Falcons. Not that exciting. 1 against the Patriots, 1 against the Saints last week. In a 9-0 victory by the Saints. Yeah, a lot of people missed that. A lot of people missed that this week. They said, well, maybe is that some kind of weird lopsided score? No, that's real. 9-0 Saints. That's real. I had a hard time believing it myself if I didn't see it on stream when I was looking at ESPN. That was weird. But overall, quiet year for him. Of course, everybody knows Winfield. Jordan Whitehead, I'm familiar with as well. Of course, you all know Avante David. You know Jason Pierre-Paul. You know Sue. There's no reason to really look at their numbers. Although I am curious about Sue. How's his year going? 11 solo tackles, 6 sacks. Okay. That's realistically what I wanted to know. Yeah, with him, you got to worry about the sacks. He had 2 against the Falcons. He had 1 against the Colts. He had 1 against Washington and 1 against the Saints. And 2 against the Falcons in different games. Actually, 3. 3 total in 2 different games. But yeah, y'all think I'm joking about how big this guy is. 6'4", 313 pounds from Nebraska. This is a big old boy from the Midwest. I'm talking big old boy. I saw this dude in person, man. I was like, golly. I was like, we got to play against that. We got to play against that twice a year. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's some scary business right there. Ooh-wee. Man. Corey McKinney says, let a waterfall that. I'm out and my mouth is dry. Talking about Tom Brady. I don't know if you remember this or if I knew you then, but I had Winfield on my mocks too. Ooh. Did you? That was a good son. That was a good pickup there on your mocks. Very good one. I like Winfield as well. Yeah, he's a very strong guy. Very physical guy. Oh, okay. You were saying, let me waterfall that drink. Got it. Got you, man. Got you. Yeah. But let's take a look at Antoine Winfield real quick. 5'9", 203 pounds from Minnesota. Love that smile, by the way. That's a happy person right there. 46 solo tackles, 1 sack, 2 forced fumbles, 2 picks. With those numbers, you better be happy. You better be a happy person. I couldn't say anybody not being happy as a safety with those numbers. All right, so we got a pass deflection pretty much every game. When against the Patriots, Saints, when against the Giants, Colts, and in 2 different Falcons games. I think just about everybody on this defense had a pass deflection against the Falcons. God. It's the Falcons, man. Come on. He had 1 interception against the Colts. Ooh. 1 interception against the Patriots as well. You got my attention with that number right there. That's the one we got to worry about. You face up against quality quarterbacks, like Mac Jones right now, or the Colts quarterback. Those guys are balling. So when you see those picks right there, that's a little bit of a sign that we should worry. We got to be concerned about a pick, man, if this dude plays. Hopefully he won't. According to the injury report, I don't think he will. Foot injury, did not practice on Wednesday and Thursday, so I'm not too concerned about him being on the field. But if he does, don't underthrow your man. That's all I got to say. Cam, I'm talking to you. Don't underthrow your man. It's not going to end well. We might have got lucky with Sherman as well. But honestly, that's a dangerous crew right there. picks are going to be a problem on Sunday. I got a feeling. I ain't so much worried about fumbles as I am picks. I think we got the fumbles problem uh, worked on this week. Now the problems as far as turnovers is going to shift back over to picks. If we don't stop the picks, if we don't stop the turnovers in general, it's going to cost us. So, long story short, Tom Brady's going to cost us anyway. There's just no two ways from Sunday about that one. But Le'Veon Bell is going to be a terror on our secondary, especially our linebacking crew. I don't like that. Shaq's had issues. We've had issues with the draw play, the ISO to the left side. The right side of our defense, the left side of the offense for any team that's facing us. Yeah, so we've had issues on that right side where Shaq will get taken out of plays. Jeremy Chin has to come in and clean up. And the defensive tackles are just nowhere to be seen because they just keep getting taken out of plays. They can't win those battles on the line, no matter who they've matched up against in the last few weeks. And that's a concern. That's why I have been looking at defensive tackle in these mock drafts. I feel like we need one. This is not going to cut it. It's just is not going to cut it the way we're rolling right now. And I don't know which one of these guys we're going to actually keep out of this entire crew. Speaking of Shaq, here we go. This is going to be a whole section by itself. And I know I keep mentioning Big Cat's channel, but this is important. I've been taking the important stuff out of what I saw, from those streams. And full credit to him because all those crew make very, very good points sometimes, and that's why I keep watching them over there. But I'm going to take this point right now because this is important. Shaq was chosen over Bradbury when it came to cap salary time. And we had to keep one of the two. We chose Shaq. What does that tell you about our decision-making process? What does that tell you, folks? We wouldn't have had to go out and make 2 cornerback trades. We wouldn't have to be in this situation where we've got like a boatload of corners and it's still not making a difference. Because our offense is not getting it done. And that leads back to the offensive line, which was not signed or drafted properly. Again, goes back to management decision-making process. But we would not be in this boat, if we had chosen Bradbury over Shaq. And yes, there was a linebacker available that we could have taken. We would not have chosen Horn as our first choice in round 1. If we missed out on Sewell, we probably would have gone for Slater. And Slater, as we have just been reminded, just made Pro Bowl. But here's the point I'm going to make as a counterpoint to that. Sewell would have been a Pro Bowler had the Detroit Lions actually used him correctly, or he ended up in a place where the team uses him correctly. So I think we were correct to go after Sewell. However, Slater would have been an acceptable second choice. I had my eye on a couple of guys in that first round, but I'm going to reiterate this point. The offensive line, if you've noticed while watching these games, they will back up about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage before they engage the defender. That's not good. That's not good. We need an aggressive offensive tackle, an aggressive offensive guard, an aggressive center that will attack at the line of scrimmage. You don't necessarily have to push them past the line of scrimmage. There was one player that was able to do that uh, in several highlight videos that I was pointing out during draft time. But you don't necessarily have to be able to do that to succeed in the NFL. You just have to be able to at least engage them at the line of scrimmage and keep those hands engaged so they can't deflect passes. And that's what our guys are doing a terrible job at. And as a result of using poor technique, using poor hand placement, the fact that we're backing up 2 feet, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and our footwork is bad, which caused Cam to trip up and fumble the football one time. Um, that's the stuff we got to fix. We got to get better guys. It's either that or we fire the offensive line coach. One of the two. Because if it's the offensive line coach not teaching him proper technique, in the NFL, he needs to go. And I mean, he needs to go at the end of the year. Clean out your locker. Because we can't keep having this nonsense. Now, the second thing that is causing these injuries that you can prevent is the drills. Now, I've heard all this talk about how they're uh, approved by the CBA or whoever else, whoever approves of this garbage, you know, it's time to start taking a look at some of these drills. Because half of these players that got injured this year got injured on a Wednesday. They didn't get injured on a Sunday. What does that tell you? Drills. And one of them was a punter, by the way. Oh, and not to mention, our kicker got hurt again. So guess what? We had to go and get another kicker. The drills are killing us, guys. Start evaluating this stuff, man. I'm telling you. That's the only way we can start solving this problem. Once you've prevented all of the preventable injuries, then you can't really do much but uh, handle your business as far as whatever else is left out there. You know, um, that's when you go into management mode and you go, okay, well, how can we put, you know, how can we bandage this up and survive this week? You know, and I feel like that's a lot of what I've been doing in fantasy this year. Oh lordy, my fantasy bench looks like an ER waiting list. I got to tell you that. I'm so sorry, but I had to say it. There's so many injuries going on in the league right now, COVID and non-COVID related. But it's time to start looking at these drills, man. It really is. I preached on this before. I'm gonna keep preaching on it until the management listens. So it's gonna sound like a broken record. Y'all are gonna get tired of hearing me say it. Just like y'all are probably getting tired of hearing me say most of the stuff I've said every single stream. But there's a reason for it. I'm not going to come out here and spend a half an hour every stream doing the same nonsense every stream if there isn't a purpose for it. All right. So now, Corey McKinney, man, I know you had some opinions on some of these players. Now would be the time to kind of share those. If you want to jump on video chat or just drop some stuff in chat and I'll read it. Either way is fine. Um, or I could just read the messages sent me. Because I know part of that was about Sam Darnold, some of it was about Cam Newton, AJ, and our corners. Um, but I mean, yep. If you've been on this stream before and you've heard me say this is not going to be new to you. But if you are new here, uh, first of all, hit that like button and that sub button, and that follow button if you're new here. But it's free to do so, and it's only if you want to. You don't have to, just if you want to. You know, um, but when it comes to trading players, okay, you brought up a very interesting player that you thought could be traded. Let me first of all, let me hide the screen real quick so I can bring up this chat. Here we go. Okay, yep. And webcam, boom. All right. I'm gonna move this over here so y'all can see the chat. All right. So it basically started with let's see. Okay. I'm gonna start with the messages on Wednesday here. You said that left tackle you suggested actually jumped Evan Neal for the best left tackle in the draft. Interesting. Hmm. Um. So we're gonna take a look at this mock draft you did. Akeem from North Carolina State. It's a local guy, man. It's a local guy from the Carolinas. It's real nice. Brandon Smith from Penn State. Verone McKinley, the safety from Oregon. Matthew Butler from Tennessee. Cade Mays from Tennessee. Defensive tackle and offensive guard. Linebacker Mike Jones Jr. A third linebacker, Micah McFadden from Indianapolis, Indiana. And the safety from Illinois, Corby Joseph. Or Kirby Joseph. Okay. First of all, I like this on a positional standpoint. You got offensive tackle, you got guard, you got safety, you got linebacker, and you got a defensive tackle. I like that. Personally, I would like to see one linebacker is enough, I think. I wouldn't go 3 in one draft, but if you're really feeling a second linebacker, I don't see a problem with that. except for the fact that this is after, we get our second and third round picks back, from trading players that we have on our team. Um, this is assuming we do that, right? Um, then yeah, I got no problem with going for a second linebacker if you're really feeling it and you want a position battle there, or you really feel like we desperately need help and Shaq is not the answer. Yeah, I feel you on that. Um, I don't really know how I feel about well, I mean, to be fair, these are good schools to find these types of players in. And each school is known for certain positions that they have had a good history of being drafted. So, for LSU, it would be linebacker, so you're getting a good linebacker history there. Um, Indiana has been known for that as well. Illinois, I don't really know what they're known for, to be honest. If I had to put a position on it, I don't know, man. I don't really. Yeah, I trust your pick. I do. I trust your pick. The Illinois safety had 5 interceptions last year. Okay. Yeah. See, I trust your choice here. That's not a bad choice for the 246. Um, and McKinley led all players in college with 6 interceptions, and he's flexible. He can play strong safety or free safety. That is a good point. Um, that's a very good point. I think we're good at well, what do we have Chin listed at? Ooh, sorry. Um I honestly like Chin at free safety here, man. I think we leave him there. Um I like Justin Burris at strong safety. We just got to get rid of the backups here, man. Shaw Chandler's got to go. I'm not feeling Kenny Robinson. Uh, and Hartsfield is okay. I feel like we need a position battle for number 2 with a draft pick. That's what I feel like we need. And I strongly feel that whoever we draft at safety, if it's above round 5, is going to give Hartsfield the battle of a lifetime for number 2 spot and probably win. Uh, while I do like Hartsfield, I really do, but I feel like he's best suited in third string. I'm okay with him being back there for now. I don't like Sean Chandler though. I really don't. He needs to go. Yeah, he made a couple of big plays last game, but I mean, those couple of plays, eh, are we really going to say that made up for an entire season's worth of what, 28 to 35 points that this man has given up as a safety? No. No. I don't think so. I don't think so, man. McFadden is that Lulu Reddick type that's 4-3 under edge rusher linebacker. He's listed as an inside linebacker, but I think he would fit the offensive linebacker role better in college. Okay, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. Burris is okay. I like him, but McKinley is not going to miss a coverage or a tackle. Burris does sometimes. That's a good point. Good point. You know, as you can see, this man has really done his homework, man. He knows these players. Um, so I trust his judgment a lot, especially when we go into March and April. Um, we've been on the same page a lot. All right, for those of you that are not aware or have not heard my suggestion on what we should do, we need to trade in a package Sam Darnold and Robbie Anderson for a draft pick. Then we need to trade AJ and CJ if we get Dante Jackson signed. If we cannot get Dante Jackson signed, we trade probably CJ for a pick. And I'd like to see him and Melvin go in a package deal. For a pick. The idea is to get as many picks as we can get, you know? And Corey McKinney says, I took both Jones Jr. as a solid coverage. Backup linebacker, we don't have enough backup linebackers that can cover. Okay. Like I said, if you're feeling a second linebacker, I've got no problem with it once we got the picks, you know, on the board to do so. But no more than two. We got other positions that we have needs in. You know, I would add in a pass rusher. We need a solid pass rusher back up behind Burris and Fox. And we need a big, strong, physical pass rusher. You know, we don't need one of those speed rushers anymore, man. The speed rushers aren't getting it done. Clearly. We need a big physical guy that's going to win that battle on the line. And okay, you're saying McFadden is a pass rusher. Okay. I like that. I like that. You're winning me over on McFadden right now. I like that. Um, is he the big physical pass rusher or is he the speed rusher type? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because we gotta have somebody that's big and strong and that can win that battle on the line. Because we have not had anyone that can win the battle on the line thus far. That's my man LD saying he couldn't make it tonight. That's all right. Not a big deal. You know, we miss you, but we'll see you soon. And a very Merry Christmas to you if you're watching this on VOD, by the way. If you're watching this live, Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. Christmas is upon us soon. But yeah, there's the news. Rashawn Slater is a Pro Bowler. There you go. And as I was saying, I think Sewell would have been a Pro Bowler too if he had been used correctly. But the Lions stole him from us and they used him incorrectly, so what can you do? Now, as far as would he have stayed healthy on this line, that's a question that's I've got my doubts. Because frankly, we have not been able to train these offensive linemen on footwork, technique, all of this stuff. And it goes back to coaching on the offensive line coach. You know, if you can't coach at that level, what are you doing here? What are you doing in Charlotte? You know, and nobody wants to look at the offensive line coach. They want to blame the head coach for that. That's not his job. Nobody wants to hear that though. But it's the offensive line coach's job to handle that business right there. Okay. We'll get to Cam Newton in a minute. But I want to get to my man's comments here. McFadden will be a great value version of Michael Parsons. Interesting. Okay. Interesting take on that. You know, we'll get a clearer look at him when we start doing some film study and really learning these players. But, I mean, overall. And can y'all chill, man? I'm trying to stream. Hey, gone. I don't like all these people messaging me while I'm streaming. I don't mind if it's viewers, you know, that have been consistently messaging me, you know, during streams. But yeah, everybody else, man, they need to chill. I done told them about that. Uh, but yeah, Corey McKinney says, I'm gonna say this with all biases aside. I 100% agree. I've been a huge Cam Newton fan since college. It's no secret he is not the same. He's thrown multiple touchdowns in a season in consecutive games in a very long time. It's been a while. We don't even really ask him to take shots at the end zone from the red zone anymore. But this O line is absolutely atrocious. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, folks. Face facts. It is. We need to fix the O line in 2022 draft before thinking about getting a rookie quarterback and asking him to ball under the same piss poor conditions. Mm. But all these quarterback people don't want to hear that though. They think, oh, well, if we just get a competitive quarterback, if we just get an Aaron Rodgers or a Matthew Stafford, we don't have to worry about the line. There's no conversation about the line at all. No. We get Deshaun Watson, we'll be just fine. We'll make the playoffs. We'll get to the Super Bowl. This, that, and the third. Y'all don't think straight. Y'all off on this wild goose chase thinking that the quarterback is going to solve all your problems. Y'all are missing it. Y'all are missing the main source of the problem that has been there since 2016. I could go on some long freaking rants about that, and I have. Thank you, Corey McKinney. Let me read this again. I'm going to highlight it for y'all. Ooh. Ooh. Y'all people that think the quarterback is going to solve the problems. Come on now. We need to fix the O-line in 2022 draft before thinking about getting a rookie quarterback and asking him to ball under the same poor conditions. Ouch. That just hurt y'all's ego, didn't it? That just hurt y'all's ego. Y'all's glass fragile egos. They don't want to hear that, man. That's the truth, though. Ooh. I'm all for getting a rookie quarterback, but let's get one in the 2023 draft after the O line gets fixed. Let me highlight this part. After the O line gets fixed. Another shot to the heart. Another shot to the heart of that ego, man. Y'all don't want to hear it. At least a little. At least a little bit. even just a tiny bit. We ain't gonna solve this in 3 years. It's probably gonna be 5 years before till we fix this O line. I'm gonna be real with you. We've already shot ourselves in the foot so many times. It's not even funny with this O line. We gotta start from ground zero and just rebuild the whole doggone thing with Taylor Moton. Starting with Taylor Moton. We're gonna keep this dude on our line and just build around him. Just build a wall around him. But it's not gonna be solved in 2 years. Y'all think just because we get the offensive lineman that we need, that is gonna totally solve the problem in 2022? No, that's a drop in the bucket. Man, be patient. Be patient. Now, I'm not saying that Matt Rule is the right person to be getting all these linemen for us. He may or may not be. I don't know. I need to see two drafts of this dude drafting linemen and just see how they roll. Before I say that Matt Rule is not the guy. You know what I mean? Uh, I mean, you can come up with this, that, and the third reason why he should go, but I say give him just a tiny bit more time. Let's see what he can do. I want I want the third year to be impactful. I want to move forward, not backward, not stay where we are. Move forward. Let's see what happens. You know. And I know people don't want to hear that either. And I know people are going to unsub or unfollow because of that, and I don't care. Simple fact of the matter is, I said what I said. My opinion is my opinion. You know, I'm gonna put it to you like I feel. You ain't got to stay, but if you choose to stay, that's what's up. You know what I mean? I, you know, if you got a fragile ego, don't come up in my chat. Straight up facts, man. If you got a fragile ego and you're one of those Cam is Superman, he's gonna save the world with his laser eye vision, man, don't come up in here. If you think that we're gonna make the Super Bowl after 3 easy wins, don't come up in here with that attitude, man. Change your attitude. Y'all can still come up in here, man, and defend your positions, but I'll let you say what you got to say, man. Platform's open. It always has been. It's always been open to y'all for free. I'll let y'all speak your piece every day that I do a stream. Every time. Through PMs, through Snapchats, through social media, through this channel. Speak your piece, man. Don't be afraid to. You're not going to get laughed at here. You know? People ain't going to get mad at you here. But we are going to tell you the harsh truth. That is what we do here. So if you don't want to hear the truth, this is not the place for you. If you want to be lied to and coddled, by our Panthers management and by our players, have fun. But that's why I haven't been watching the press conferences. Main reason being, I don't want to listen to the lies. I'm here for truth, man. I'm here to tell you how this team really is. Not how you want it to be, how you dream it would be in your wildest fantasies. Nah. This ain't Madden up in here. This is reality. Rule got us Pat Eflin and Irving. He should never get a say in alignment again. I agree with that. I want the say to go to Federer. I want the say to go to Federer. Notice I said that twice on purpose because it's that important. Matt Rule has been screwing us over as far as linemen are concerned. We got a bunch of injury prone guys that have been in the league for about 5, 6 years, you know, and you can't solve the problem by doing that. A few of them, yes, you want a mixture of veterans and rookies. Mostly rookies. Because the rookies are hungry, man. They want to learn. But they need a teacher. You can't have all these wolves and not enough sheep for them to feast on. You know what I'm saying? Likewise, you can't have a ton of sheep overpowering the wolves. That's not how it works in the animal kingdom. That's not how it works on this team either. You know, so I agree. I think Fitterer should have the full say on that. You want the left guard from the Colts? Which one? I like that though. Uh, and this man goes on to say, if we get a quarterback now, he'll likely get ruined behind this line. Ooh, say it louder for the people that ain't listening. Hmm. Ooh, they don't want to hear that though. There's so much facts up in this statement right now. I'm loving this. I'm honestly surprised Cam hasn't gotten injured behind this line yet. Facts. Big facts. You forgot his name, but he's the best left guard in the league for your eyes. In your eyes. Okay. Alright. We can look him up if you'd like. Is he a free agent or is he on the team right now? Is it Quentin Nelson? Rated one of the top 100 players of the league? Hmm. If he's rated in the top 100, that man's going to be expensive. So, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. All right, so Corey McKinney goes on to say, and this quarterback class is honestly horrible. It really is. Pickett is the only guy I really like. I like a couple of them. I like a couple of them. Strong has the biggest arm. Willis is mobile as heck, but I definitely don't want a mobile quarterback anymore. I think it's time we change the culture and get a true long-term pocket passer. We can't do it this year. Did y'all notice the words change the culture? What have I been preaching on the entire night? That's the theme tonight. Change the culture. That is the theme. Pay the price and fix the line. Mm-hmm. 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 Facts. This man coming in here with big facts tonight. I like this. I like this. Big boy energy coming up in here, man. Love it. Actually, yeah. I kind of do like pocket passers too. I prefer pocket passers to runners. That's just my taste, you know? Other people like the runners, but pay the price for the left guard. Mmm. Mm. I know you said specifically the left guard, but I'm saying in general. Pay the price. Fix the line. I like how that could be interpreted in both ways. I really do. I like mobile quarterbacks, but they don't last as long. Hmm. Y'all wonder why they don't last as long. Let's think about this for a second. When these quarterbacks run, they are treated as running backs. So, as such, you can hit them like a running back, which puts these quarterbacks at risk for injuries. Perfect example, Cam Newton. How many injuries has this man had while he was running? Mm. But all them Cam Newton supporters don't want to hear that, though. They ain't here for that. Um, Alright, so you're okay with trading Sam, but you're okay with keeping Sam. If we can get a second through the fourth for him, but I doubt we can. With Robbie Anderson packaged up, we can. Because Robbie is worth something. Robbie's worth probably a third or a fourth. Packaged up with Sam, we may be looking at a solid four. Possibly even a late third. Now here's where I have a solution for this problem. We need to send them to Houston. Why Houston? Because Houston is desperately in need of a quarterback. They need a wide receiver, and they would be willing to move picks right now. They're in desperation mode. If this Watson thing doesn't pan out, guess where they're going? They're going to look for trades. They're going to look to the free agent list. You know? And that's the first place they're going to go. And guess what offer should be waiting for them if we're smart? A Sam Darnold, Robbie Anderson package deal for a pick, a high round pick. We'll take a third or or a fourth. Happy with it. I'd prefer a third. Now, I don't think we're going to get a second, not with both of them together. Third, probably. Now here's the other one: CJ and AJ packaged up together, or CJ and um, Thomas Oliver. Not Thomas Oliver, but Melvin. Package them both together. You could probably get a fourth round pick for both of them together. I'm saying early round 5, but I think late round 4th. Packaged up together. That's my guess right now, if I had to judge them both. Because here's the thing, CJ still got some value. Melvin White has maybe a 6th or a 7th round value, but put them both together, and you got a solid 4th, I think. So using the 2 fourths, we can move up to the 3rd. And that gives us an opportunity to draft 2 times in the third round. Now, what are we going to do about the second round not being there? That's the question. That's the value I see right now. Pride Jr. needs to go. I just don't see any way that we could package him up to where we can get anything. Same with Thomas Oliver. I just don't see it. And moving up to the third would be enough to get Brandon Smith. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That left guard watches the whole line. It's like he played view. He will knock this dude on his butt, then pick up the pressure the right guard allows. He really plays enough for two linemen. I like that. How much is he worth right now? Does anybody have his contract info? Because that's what I'm interested in. Okay. Now, you brought up possibly trading Morgan Fox. Now, this is a very, very interesting suggestion right here because this did not pop up on my radar at all, or anybody's really. I haven't heard anybody talking about moving Morgan Fox at all. So this is interesting. And you say he's a 3-4 guy, but he's put into the 4-3 under situation, which I agree with. You know, it's not a good fit. If you're going to run a 4-3, get 4-3 guys. Don't get 3-4 guys and expect them to play 4-3. It doesn't work like that unless they're really, really talented and they're versatile. You know, and there's very few of them out there in the league that are. Especially pass rushers. So, you know, they fit the specific situations that the specific styles that they play. As far as what we want to do with Morgan Fox, I'm 50-50 on it because I do like Morgan Fox. I do think that he could be worth something, although I don't know what. That's a huge question mark as far as his value. Oh, that's a tough one. All right. The reason why is because, first of all, he's a 3-4 guy playing in a 4-3. So that's going to downgrade his value. Secondly, because he's actually still putting up the numbers anyway, which puts that value right back where you think it should be. It kind of balances that out in a way. So for me, it's just how much would he be worth, you know, if you put him as face value, you know. Just how much is he worth as he hits, you know, playing a 4-3 as a 3-4. Yeah, and there's the other factor is we all really like Fox, but Gross Matos is the future opposite of Burns. I agree with that. I've been saying that since training camp. I initially wanted Morgan Fox to be third string behind Gross Matos. But I mean, that was just my unpopular opinion at the time. I think Gross Matos has earned the right to compete for that spot. right now. So, in my opinion, I would split up the snap counts and see who's better. I really would. I would split that snap count 50-50. However much you were planning on using Fox, use Gross Matos just as much, and let's see who's better. Let's see who's truly better against this Tampa Bay offensive line. That way we know for absolute sure what we're going to do with each one of these two players, you know? Um, and one game may not be enough to be able to tell you that, you know, because sometimes those numbers can be slanted. I can see that. Um, but that's how I would approach it. As far as what Morgan Fox might be worth, maybe a fifth, possibly a late round fourth. That's what I'm thinking. You got to think what the market value is for defensive ends right now, and I don't know what the market value is um, as of right now because it's a bit slanted. There's a lot going on right now to where um, not everybody's going to get a clean cut value. There's been a lot of trades going on this year too. So I don't know what's going on with the value system as far as defensive ends. I'll have to take a second look at that and see, you know. I have to take a look at some of these trades and just see, you know, where I would value them at, but right now I can't give you a solid answer on that. Um I'll put it like this. Fox started like the first 6 games or so, only 1 sack. He hasn't been relevant enough in the backfield at all. Gross Matos has 3.5 sacks and 0 starts, and a few tackles for losses to go along with it. Yeah, exactly, man. That's exactly what I was talking about. Is Gross Matos has done more in his time on the field than Fox has starting these games. That's why I wanted Gross Matos start with. I felt like he had a lot more ceiling and a lot more potential. You can't put a value on Fox. The team has to think how valuable he is to them. He may be worth as little as a fifth to one team or as high as a third to another. Exactly. Exactly. Well said. Well said right there. That pretty much sums up what we're doing with the trading value system right now. Some of these players may be worth something more to one team, but not as much to another team. You know, so you have to put the entire NFL perspective into play here when you talk value system. And we're talking all teams. So that's a very interesting take on that, and you're right. Um, all right, so is there anything else you wanted to kind of go over right now or talk about? Go ahead and throw that in chat, and we'll cover it. In the meantime, I'm gonna kind of go over some of these games from last week and kind of discuss them a little bit. Now, for those that didn't see this towards the end of the streams, I typically do this towards the end of the streams, but I don't do it towards the middle of the stream. And I should start doing this more. Is talking about some of these teams and what the playoff implications are, and what my view on what's going to happen is. Um, so we got KC beating the Chargers. KC is pretty much outright won the division. Um, I think it's clear cut who the winner is there. Indy over New England there. That's a big one. That allows Buffalo to take the division lead. And they did against us. Miami beats the Jets. Detroit wins over Arizona. That's the huge one right there. That's the money making upset right there. That's gonna bankrupt Las Vegas. How many people put money on Arizona to beat Detroit in Vegas? Ooh. Ooh. Some of y'all are getting broke, man. Some of y'all lost some big bucks on that one. Because I guarantee you, everybody pretty much bets against Detroit in Vegas. That's going to hurt right there. So Houston over Jacksonville. I mean, we kind of all expected that. Dallas over the Giants. I mean, there was that outside chance that the Giants might sneak up on somebody, but ooh, you never know. Corey McKinney says, "I would have loved that. I would have loved to bet $1,000 on that game." Well, here's the thing, Corey McKinney. Hindsight is 50-50 when it comes to games like that this year. Mm. That bet alone could have probably paid my house off. Now, see, here's the thing, man. If you're house betting on the Giants, then I agree with you. Because here's the thing, Matt. The Giants have snuck up on a few teams this year, and so has Washington. So if you want to throw some bets towards the Giants and Washington, I, you know, I'd say do what you do, you know, because nobody's expecting them to sneak up on some of these teams, really. And if you win that bet, you win some big bucks. For real, especially with the Giants games. I mean, nobody predicted the Giants to beat like two NFC South teams and almost beat three. You know, so there's a few of these teams. Don't throw them under the bus just yet. You got Pittsburgh over Tennessee. You got Cincinnati over Denver. San Francisco over the Falcons expected. You know, all that's expected. Come on. Green Bay over Baltimore. Now, this is the one that's going to surprise some people. And I'm going to warn people, Matt, you don't want to mess with Baltimore in Baltimore during playoff time. Unless you got Rodgers or Tom Brady, then you might get lucky. Otherwise, it's not a good idea. This is a very, very dangerous team towards December. November and December. Especially at home. And while they may not have Steve Smith the GOAT anymore, they're still extremely dangerous. As you can see, they put up 30 against Green Bay. Now, this is a tough Green Bay team that has been winning some games lately, man. So, the fact that that game came down to 1 point does not surprise me. Uh, so the decision for the Ravens to go for the 2 point conversion made all the difference in the world. There you go. So the bet line for that game. Hold on, let me read these messages. He's going a little fast for me. uh, so the bet line for that game was 520, meaning if I had $1,000 on that game, I could have paid my house off twice. That's $520,009, and we're still talking about that Lions Vegas bet, right? Is that what we're talking? 520,000 total. Whoever bet on the Lions for that one made some big bucks. Y- y'all must have some insiders because nobody was looking for that. Nobody, not even me, man. You look at the Lions, man. Who is gonna bet against? Who is literally going to bet against a team that's playing the Lions? Who? Tell me who. You are primed to make some money. For real. And for anybody that thought that Saints and Bucks game was going to go the way it did, I don't know how. You must be a psychic. There's no way you see a game that looks like that on the final scoreboard. Like, for real. This is such a wild year. I've never seen anything like it. The Saints literally won this game on field goals. Literally on field goals. I don't. How? Tom Brady gets nothing? Goose egg? Nada? While still throwing 28 for 48 and 214 yards? That's just. What is happening here? I know the Saints defense isn't that good. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that garbage. Nah, you cannot convince me the Saints defense is that good. There's no way. There's no way. To be able to blank Tom Brady at home, that's just, it's unheard of. It's unheard of until this year. I don't even know how to react to that. Honestly. 11 first downs versus 17. So, I mean, you can't even blame that game on Tom Brady because he's getting 17 first downs. Except for the one pick, 2 turnovers. He still racked up 302 total yards for that game. To me, this just makes no sense. This is just one of those random algorithm games, that just makes no sense. And I think at the end of the day, man, we're gonna be screwed. There's no way he doesn't put up at least 21 on us. At least. He's Tom Brady, for goodness sakes. Come on. The man is the master at dissecting defenses and finding your most vulnerable point and taking full advantage of it. So you're going to tell me that I'm not falling for that. That's a trap. As Admiral Akbar says in Star Wars, that's a trap. I'm not falling for that, man. Hey, so Las Vegas Raiders beat Cleveland in Cleveland. That's an interesting one. I had Cleveland winning that game. I'm not gonna lie, I had Cleveland actually winning that game. They surprised the team last week at home. They they probably should not have beat. Um, this is a very interesting 7-7 team here. Yeah, they beat the Ravens at home in Cleveland. I, that's shocking to me, considering the type of year that we're having right now. To see Cleveland actually take down the Ravens during playoff time, that's just, huh? You know what I mean? Now here's the even weirder part. The game before that was in Baltimore. So they played the Ravens twice in a row, back to back weeks. I've never seen that before on an NFL schedule before. Who scheduled this? I mean, that's got to be an anomaly, right? It's got to be. Every once in a while that happens. What's up, Earl? How you doing, man? Shout out to you. But yeah, they split with the Ravens. The Browns lost in Baltimore, as expected. And then the Ravens come to Cleveland, and Cleveland wins. This is the most interesting 7-7 team I've seen all year long. You don't know what to expect from Cleveland. You know, they've gotten a few wins where they shouldn't have, in my opinion. Uh, that Ravens game in Cleveland is one that I was not expecting. Uh, then you've got the Bengals game, and to the degree that they actually destroyed the Bengals, nobody was expecting that. 41-16. You know. Then you got that win over the Vikings, 14-7. And that those games to me suggest this is a very interesting team to follow and keep an eye on. They only lost by 2 to the Raiders at home in Cleveland. So they go into Lambeau Field. They're probably going to lose to the Green Bay Packers, most likely. Win over the Steelers in Pittsburgh, and then battle the Bengals for the last one. Last game of the season. And that may or may not be for a division lead or a wild card spot. We will see. Cleveland's still in the hunt, folks. Believe it or not, they're still in it. Nobody's expecting that at all. But it's there. Just like half of this year, in the NFL, it's there. Um, Minnesota 17-9 over the Bears. Philadelphia 27-17 over Washington. Now, as I said, Matt, playing Philadelphia in Philly, and as much as Washington has surprised some teams this year, including us, you know, eventually they're gonna run into a Philly team that is going to not fall for that and take the win. That streak has got to end somewhere, and it ended in Philly. So, and finally, the Rams beat the Seahawks by a score of 20-10. I've been telling people the Rams have a solid team. They still got some issues to work out, but you know, they managed to take down the Seahawks on kind of a low end day for the Rams. They didn't really have very many first downs. They had 20, that average amount, 332 yards. It's typical for them. Yeah, it was a typical Rams game, really. And what made this game interesting is the corners. And you're just seeing a highlight if you're watching this on YouTube of Jones knocking down a pass. And he got frustrated and kicked that football. But anyway, um, that's why it was 20-10. Is because of the defense. And it did take a while before the Rams finally took over in the fourth. But they did. So they've got more of a full depth chart than the Seahawks do, and a few of these teams do actually in the NFC. So I think realistically, the Rams could make a run. We'll see. We got San Francisco 10-0 over the Titans right now at halftime. Some of you may be coming into the stream while watching that. If you are, welcome. This game could get real interesting at the end, I think. Because this Titans team is not known for just laying flat this year. They're 9-5 for a reason. They beat the Colts and the Bills and the Chiefs and the Colts again. The Rams as well. Saints too. And eventually, they had to drop off the wagon at some point. So they took that L to the Texans, and that's what started their slide that they're currently on. They lost to the Patriots 36-13. Beat the Jaguars, obviously, recovery game there. And then the Steelers started fighting back, and that led to a loss for the Titans. So that leads into this game right here. Now, the Titans still have the Dolphins and the Texans left. They can win both of those games. And I believe they could probably win all three of these games. But they've got to tighten up, as they say in Tennessee, and really play hard in that second half if they want all three of these wins. What's up, Anthony Rochelle? Keep pounding, man. Man, you can jump into Zoom chat if you want, man. Up to you. Zoom ID and password are on both chats. So if you're interested in jumping into the stream and talking to me, go for it. But again, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's free. So always will be free. So for this week, we've got Cleveland and Green Bay. We already talked about that one. Indianapolis and Arizona. Now I've got odds on Indianapolis on that one. Arizona just absolutely dropped the ball against Detroit. They've had injuries. They're dropping off the wagon wheel. And I just feel like Indianapolis is going to win that game. I have a strong feeling. Detroit and Atlanta. I've got Atlanta beating Detroit. Uh, I am doing good, Earl. Thank you for asking. Appreciate you. Merry Christmas to everybody that's coming and going, or Happy Holidays, whichever you prefer. Um, but yeah, we're here. Um, I feel like Atlanta's got a strong enough team to beat Detroit at this point. It'll be close, but I think Atlanta. Again, I'm not falling for that Tampa Bay garbage from last week. I'm not falling into that trap. I think Tampa wins today on Sunday against us. Baltimore and Cincinnati. Now, this is going to be an interesting one right here. Baltimore is on the road. However, Cincinnati's been in trouble. Um, I've got Baltimore on that one. I've got Baltimore. Chargers. Houston. Chargers obviously are going to win that one. Rams and Vikings. Personally, I believe that the Rams have enough in the tank. They've been preparing for this game, for about 2 weeks. They didn't really take that last game too seriously. As you can see, they only put 20 on the board, but it's going to be real interesting, to say the least. So if you guys are wanting to check that game out, that'll be in your local area, in either LA or Minnesota. So now this is the big one that's going to affect everybody in the playoffs. Buffalo and New England. That's going to affect everybody. Yeah, I got Rams on that one, buddy, over the Vikings. So, Buffalo, New England. I say they split. I think that's been the history there, and I think that's going to continue to be the history as long as Tom Brady is not there and Gronk's not there anymore. Yeah. I believe New England won the first matchup between the two. If I'm not mistaken. I gotta double check. I'll be able to tell you guys in a second. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. That's good to hear. Welcome. Yeah, what'd you think of it? Hmm. I mean, Tennessee has three winnable games. That's my thoughts on this. And if Tennessee really straightens up, they could win all three. Mm-hmm. All right. Right. Pats won the first matchup between them and the Bills. I think this one will go to the Bills coming up this week. I think it will. And keep your eyes open because this will probably end up on the major network as the main game that everybody sees, as it should. You know, if it's blacked out in your area, that sucks because you're gonna want to keep an eye on that score right there. That's got major playoff implications. Jacksonville beats the Jets. Although that is a winnable game for the Jets if they want to take it. It all depends on which one wants to take it. Giants and Eagles. This is the one I was predicting the Giants could sneak up on Philly. Now, Philly won that first one, but this is the second one. And the Giants have been known to sneak up on a few teams. This could be upset city right here. Happen. Eyes on that one. Because that's got playoff implications for wild card. Seattle's going to beat Chicago. I don't even see any point in wasting time on that one. KC over Pitt for sure. Raiders and Denver. Somebody tell me how Denver is still in this playoff hunt. What type of mic do I use? Actually, I don't use a mic really. I use laptop mic and phone mic. It must just be a really good mic on my phone if it picks it up that well. Or are you asking that question to Anthony? Because I'm not sure. But that's what I use though. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's just asking for the mic though. What mic we're using. Which would be common laptop mic, right? For you too. Okay, cell phone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Like I've got one of those professional mics, but I use it for music purposes. Yeah. And I've tried to hook it up, and make it work on the stream, and it just did not want to do it. So it wasn't compatible. So I kept having issues with it. Anyway, I prefer just the setup I have anyway. My voice comes through clearly. So y'all haven't had any problems with it, unless it's just internet related. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Tell them I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys like this stream, share it with your friends, share it with anybody you feel like is interested, and it's open to any of the 32 teams, fan bases, or anybody that really wants to learn about the game. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk to people that are wanting to know and are curious about certain things. Uh, and also, if you guys would like to watch the game with me on Sundays, Zoom chat ID and password is usually going to be on the Facebook page for Keep Pounding in all caps, so I'll be looking for that. So I shared it with all my other Panther groups. Appreciate it, Earl, man. Thank you so much. The more we get this stream out there, the more people are gonna hear what we have to say, and you know, hopefully respect and appreciate what we're saying is the truth. So, but yeah, man, we need an attitude and a culture change around the fan base. We really do. I'm gonna get to that in a second once I finish looking at these games. But yeah, in case y'all missed the opening remarks on that, yeah. Denver and Las Vegas. I've got Las Vegas on that one. They're not happy that they lost that last game, and they are really, really wanting to recover from that. However, Denver has been out of the playoffs for a little bit. So this might serve as motivation for them to try to get that wild card spot. You never know. That's going to be an interesting one on Sunday there. That's the 4:30 game. So we may get that blacked out in the Carolinas, but if we don't, then I would like to keep an eye on that one and see what's going on there. Washington and Dallas. I've got Dallas on that one. I mean, it's come on. At this point, Washington isn't really fooling anybody. Now people are aware of how dangerous they are and what they're dealing with. And the Cowboys already beat them 27-20 before. I think we're going to see a similar score there too for this one. Plus, this one is in Dallas. So that's even more motivation for Dallas, to lock up the division right here. And Washington has the Eagles and the Giants to finish up. Eagles on the road, Giants at home. So that's going to be an interesting journey to watch, is to see what happens with Washington. You never know. You might see an upset there in the last two. But it's not going to happen against the Cowboys. Yeah, and you can also watch the games free online at www.sportsstats.me. As you can see the link in the chat that Anthony just dropped. So there you go. If you guys want to watch some of these games that are out of network, maybe try that and see what happens. And finishing up, Miami and the Saints. And yes, I do want to know who your quarterback choice is for 2023, Corey McKinney. I'm curious. But Miami and the Saints. I'm not buying into the Saints defense being as good as they were against Tampa last week. I'm just not buying it. I think that Miami's got enough firepower to win that game, and the Saints are going to choke again. So am I going through Zoom for YouTube? No. I am actually going through my phone for and Streamlabs. No, Streamlabs for YouTube, phone for Facebook. So there you go. Sorry, I know that was a little confusing for a second. But yeah, Streamlabs for YouTube and phone for Facebook. Let's see. Kendon Slovis is Corey McKinney's choice for 2023 quarterback. He has been down a year this year, but I expect him to ball out again next year. He's from the Trojans, but he's transferred to Pittsburgh. Okay. All right. Yeah, your thoughts on that, Anthony? What do you think, man? Yeah, same. Matter of fact, I'll bring him up right now. Yeah. Kendon Slovis. Mm-hmm. 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 Most likely. Um, and that would not be a wise strategy, and I'll tell you why. Is because if you can cycle through as many quarterbacks as you want, it's not going to matter until you fix that line. And that's exactly what I was going to allude to in just a minute here. But first, I'm going to read off this quarterback's numbers. We got as a career 652 out of 953 completed, 68.4 percentage, 7,576 yards total. Uh, and 58 touchdowns, 24 interceptions, 150.2 rate. Yeah, I can PM it to you unless you want to look at YouTube, the YouTube channel. Yeah, I can send it to you if you like. Okay, not a problem. Yeah. I got you. Slovis, McKinney. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Yeah, for sure. Um, he says, "I'm telling you, his freshman highlights go crazy." Hmm. I'm gonna have to look at those, man. I ain't gonna look at them on stream right now, but well, keep that in mind though. Keep that in mind. We'll hit up those highlights at some point when we go researching players. I'll add them in. When we do film study for this year's players, I'll add that one in. Yep. Mm-hmm. Not a problem. All right. So here's what I was gonna allude to. The fan base is not going to want to hear this, but our expectations are too high. We keep pushing and acting like we are are worth something out there, as a team. When realistically, look at the last 7 years. We're nothing. We have no identity. So it's all of these same people that go, "Oh, we win 3 easy games and we're going to the Super Bowl." It's the same people that come in here in everybody's chats and they go, "Fire this person, fire that person," and it's just we need a mindset change. It's exactly what we need. We need a mindset change and we need a culture change. We can't keep doing this and expect to get off this Disneyland ride that we're on. It's a fantasy. It's exactly what it is. It's a fantasy. And I was alluding to, if you're imagine we just rent out a brand new Lexus every year, you know, and that's the Panthers, right? It's the Panthers team. You build up your beautiful looking team, your 53-man roster, and it looks absolutely fantastic. You go out there and you lie to everybody, and you got terrible upholstery, you got terrible engine parts in your car, and you still go out there anyway, and you say, okay, well, let's see what we can do with it. So your Lexus car gets into highway traffic against some of the most dangerous teams in the league, and whoa, pump the brakes. But no, our management goes, hit the gas. Let's go 100. Where's the mindset? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the mindset? And by the time we are about to crash into another car, it's too late. The reaction to if you've ever thought about the reaction time of cars, when you're about to get into a wreck, there is no time to react whatsoever. So by that point, it's too late. You've already screwed yourself. So you're driving through traffic with 100-mile-an-hour Lexus that's clearly broken at this point, beyond measure, and you're expecting things to go better. And they're just not. That's what this fan base's expectations are every single year. We need to lower these expectations because it's just, at the end of the day, it's just a broken Lexus. Let's be real. At the end of the day, it's a broken down car. You imagine it to be a Lexus, but it's really just a broken down, rusty old car going 100 miles an hour on the highway. And let's bring you down out of Cloud 9. You know what I'm saying? You can't. We can't keep doing this. We've got to pump the brakes before it's too late. Every year. Otherwise, we're still on this Disneyland horror ride every year, expecting things to get better and pretending this is a BMW every year, and it's just not. I'm getting so tired of this, man. We need a culture change. We need a mindset reset. I'm doing my part as a streamer to try to reset the culture, man, and reset the mindset. But if people don't want to listen, they don't want to listen in this fan base. I know the Keep Pounding crew wants to listen to this, man. And if you've already heard this at the beginning of the stream, you're here to repeat. I apologize, but I'm saying it for the people that are just coming in. We need a mindset reset. It's exactly what it is. And we, the fans, are just as much to blame as the management because we expect too much out of these guys. And when they don't perform after a year, it's just like fire this person, fire that person. You know, this person's not a good fit. Yeah, 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 yeah. What have you done for me this year? You know, we need to reset our priorities and how we think about this team into 3 years, 3 to 5. Not just one, not just 2 years, 3 to 5. This line is not going to get solved in 1 year. This line's not going to get solved in 2 years. This quarterback problem is not going to get solved in 1 year. It's not going to get solved in 2 years. It's going to take 3 to 5. I know people don't want to hear this. And I know all the Cam haters out there just want to be like, hey, wait. It's, come on. And let's put the blame that is on Cam Newton on Cam Newton. Let's put the blame that's on the offensive line on the offensive line. Let's put the blame that's on the coaching on the coaching. It's that simple. But nobody knows how to do that outside of the Keep Pounding crew. Your thoughts on this, Anthony? Yeah, hit me with it. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. It's easy to be a bandwagoner. Mm-hmm. Don't choose the dark path, man. There you go. There you go. It's family. Facts. You know I'm not going anywhere. That's what's up, man. We are so thankful to still have you here, man. It's a blessing to have you here. Facts. Facts. Y'all hear that? Ride or die. Ride or die, baby. That's love. One love right here for all y'all. One love. You did, man. You did. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yo, so LD says I'm at work, and Anthony, later brother, just wanted to shout you out and say that's what's up, man. Appreciate you being here, LD. Yo, man, go make that money, my man. Yeah, yeah. He can't jump in here, but he has to work. It's all good, man. Appreciate you though. So game, yeah, absolutely, man. We miss you while you're working, but that's all right, man. You just come in here when you can. We get it. So let's go on. Ooh, 10-10 tie. Okay. Yup, I see it. I definitely see it. I told you this is a resilient Titans team. They ain't gonna lay down. Yeah, they ain't laying down. Nope. Mm-mm. 9-5 for a reason. Y'all best believe this team has earned it. Ooh, those numbers though. Mm. San Francisco has 16 first downs. Tennessee has 8. Ouch. San Francisco has 232 total yards. Tennessee has 133. Mm. Here's the difference between these two teams right now. This is why this game is even. 2 turnovers by San Francisco, none by Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Tells the story, doesn't it? Tannehill 15 for 22, 96 yards so far. You got Grappolo. Grappolo is 17 for 32, 178 yards. Oh, that's 22. My bad. Two interceptions. Mmm. Good old Jimmy Grappolo's not doing too well today. You better check on that dude. Yo, LD says thanks. I appreciate it. You and Anthony have a good night. I'll be on with you as soon as I can. Love you guys. Got to go, man. Appreciate you too, man. Yeah, go make that money, LD. It's all about that hustle. You gotta make that bank. But hey, listen to who Tennessee's running back is. Foreman. 7 carries, 15 yards, 1 touchdown. Ooh. So this Tennessee team doesn't have a rushing game. What happens when you take away Tennessee's rushing game? They come out flat. It takes away all their power. That's what happens when you take away that ice cream, man. All that extra ice cream, bro. I mean, it's become a stream thing now. At least once a stream. Every time you're in here, man, I gotta do it. I gotta do it, bro. Oh, oh, oh. Tennessee ball. Man, the Flames. Yeah, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I'll tell you what, man. When we changed that Panther logo to what it is now, dude, my eyes popped open. I was just like, "Oh my god, who created this masterpiece right here? This is beautiful." Because that is ferocious looking. You look back at that old logo and you think, man, that ain't ferocious. That's not scaring anybody. We needed an update so bad back then. It was so bad. Uh, I love watching you guys, and I wish I could join. Man, you can just request a. I can get you in, man, if you want me to. I can bring you on camera. All you got to do is just let me know. Yeah, I can get him on Facebook. You know, you can download Zoom for free if you want to, and you know, just create your name and yeah, just your name and password will do, and you can join in on that, or you can join in on the Facebook. I can add you in right now if you want. Just request to join, or let me know in the comments that you would like to join, and I'll add you in. I would be more than happy to, my man. Uh, for right now, it is. I love that this is consistent, though, man. Oh, okay. His service isn't good right now, but he's on the mobile phone. All right, not a problem. Yeah, just let me know, man. When your service is better, just let me know. I completely understand that. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We're both very busy men, and same with LD. Same with my partner David Kesha, who hasn't been able to be with us for a while. But shout out to him. Respect the hustle, man. You know, he's working hard. He's a little behind on stuff, but it's Christmas time. Everybody's behind on stuff this year. Shoot. Oh, absolutely, man. That messed everybody up. Shoot. I'm just going to take a quick minute away from football and just say this, man. Shout out to all the medics and all the emergency workers out there that are having to work through these holiday seasons, and police officers and stuff like that, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all the real ones out there. You're away from your families. You got to deal with all that garbage, and man, it's rough. It's rough, man. But y'all signed up for all that stuff, man. We appreciate it. You know, we appreciate everything y'all do. Military as well. I'm a huge military supporter. My family's military. So, if nobody else says it, I will. And I hope more people do say it because it needs to be said. And I took a few minutes, earlier to talk about mental health, um, because we had who was it? It was Sherman, right? Richard Sherman. That's on that Buccaneers defense now. Man, I heard he tried to kill himself. Mm. Mental illness is no joke, man. It's no joke. Absolutely. And I'll say this again for the people that are just joining, man. Never be afraid to jump out and reach out for help. Never feel bad for it. Never feel guilty. Yeah, man. Oh, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. Mm. Mm. You only get one chance at life, bro. Facts. Big facts. Hmm. I don't care how much it costs. Get help if you need it. And I'm so thankful to be able to use this platform to be able to say that. Hmm. Hey, man, to the people that don't believe, man, that's up to you. You know, you have a right to believe what you want to believe. I respect your beliefs. It does help in the healing process, though. It really does. Because that was one of the main reasons I came out of my 2 year depression was I actually had help from people at my church, and stuff like that. So, you know, praise be to Jesus. If you believe, I believe. So I'm saying it. Absolutely, man. If you're a believer, man, it's the best, man. It really is. You end up on your knees praying most of the time, but hey, it is what it is, right? You're happy about some of the part of the time. But one day God will bless us with a trophy, man. One day he will. I believe it. Oh my god, I want to see that thing in person. I want to see it in person so bad. Y'all don't even realize, man. I've seen the national championship trophy in person, but I've never seen the Super Bowl Lombardi trophy in person yet. Make it happen, Carolina. In fact, I've seen two national championship trophies in person, and I almost went to that Atlanta Braves championship too parade and saw that trophy too. So that would have been sick. Nah, nah. I wasn't at none of them games, man. I ain't got the money to afford them games. I'd be there if I could. I was there in spirit. I was watching, but uh, I want to say I started watching probably 93 during the title run. Oh yeah, my favorite player is Chipper Jones. Oh yeah. Now a lot of people, I know the history of Chipper Jones. I know what y'all are gonna say. But when that man hit that grand slam, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, full count, everybody bases loaded. I mean that grand slam. Oh my god, that made me a fan for life right there. I was like, if that man could do that in his second year, anybody can do anything in their second year. If that man can pull off that miracle right there in that situation with barely any experience after coming off injuries, anybody can do anything in sports that they want to do, barring the skills, you know? Yes, sir. You love to see it. You love to see it. All right, so Earl says, yeah, did you see where the Buccaneers signed Le'Veon Bell? Yeah, we covered that a little bit ago, man. He's like the next Swiss Army knife for the Buccaneers. They're looking for that next level up, you know, that can do a few more things than their average running back can do. And after that loss that Tampa Bay just took to the Saints, and I guarantee you Tom Brady had a say in every single conversation that happens with new players coming in. That had to be a Tom Brady decision right there. Had to be. Had to be. Because when you look back at the old Patriots teams, man, they had that Swiss Army knife with Corey Dillon, the running back that they had back then. Then it became I'm trying to remember the name. Oh shoot, man. They had some good Swiss Army running backs back then, man. These guys were good. These guys were real good. And they could do a lot of stuff. And as the league evolved into okay, the running backs also have to be a wide receiver or a screen receiver, you know, you know, that adds an extra tool to your tool belt that you didn't previously have. And with Von Bell, with the skills that he still possesses, is very much a extra tool for Tom Brady to use. And where this becomes a problem on Sundays, our linebacking crew has had trouble, particularly Shaq. So I don't know how many yards Bell is going to rack up, but it's not going to be nice. Well, looking at it on the stat sheet, I can tell you that. But yeah, so that's my thoughts on Bell. Let's keep up with this Titans game a little bit more here. So San Francisco's got possession right now. They're trying to go down the field. And the reason why I'm interested in this game in particular, and why I'm not just totally ignoring a Thursday night game, you know, is because San Francisco is technically still in the wild card hunt. So what happens if San Francisco does not make the playoffs after losing this game? That's what you got to consider. All right, so we're in. Okay, let me just adjust as to what happened here. Uh, how does that affect the playoff hunt for a wild card spot if the 49ers lose this game? And I'm taking a look at it right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry, because I had a bunch of salty 49ers fans back in 19 that flooded my comment section with some garbage. So, you know what? I know how people are, man. They misconstrue my words all the time. And they had selective hearing during that particular video. They didn't want to hear the rest of it. They stopped the video right there. So they're just like, nah. We're gonna flood your comment section with some garbage. I'm sitting there reading those comments and I'm just like, do I really need to make a video, reflecting how I really feel? And recorrecting what y'all are misconstruing right now? Do I really need to do that? So yeah, all you salty 49ers fans during that time period, man. Bye bye. I don't need y'all up in here. Bye bye. We want some real 49ers fans, the kind gentlemen and people that really care, about their team. If y'all want to come up in here and talk 49er football, man, come on. Those are the fans I want to hear from. I don't want to hear from y'all salty people, man. What? Really? You got Baker Mayfield in Cleveland. Why would you want him as a backup? I mean, clearly he would end up as a backup. You got Baker Mayfield in Cleveland. Why would you want him? I don't understand. If you're going to go for Deshaun Watson and you're going to pay that kind of a price for Deshaun Watson, you want to make him a starter. And I'm telling you, Tepper wants Watson bad. He wants it bad. And I'm telling you, hold off until we know what's going on with that case, man. Hold off. We can fix the line in the meantime, but hold off. We got Cam Newton for right now. We're good. We'll be okay. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's a lot of people saying that they're interested in Kenny Pickett in the Panthers fan base. His name's been floating around a lot of YouTube channels right now. So I don't know. And a lot of social medias too. Um, I mean, that was Corey McKinney's pick, at quarterback, if we were going to go for one. Yeah. Mm hmm. He says that's the only one he likes. I'm gonna read this comment while you get to that. Corey McKinney says, Slovis highlights gets me hyped. Problem is the 2023 quarterback class is probably just as underwhelming as the 22 class. Ooh, ouch. And like I said, man, we should use 2022 and 2023 to fix the line. If that's the case. All right, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I was mentioning Slater earlier being a Pro Bowler, and I said that if the Lions had used Sewell correctly, he would be a Pro Bowler. See, nobody's arguing that right there. Come on. That was the obvious choice, was Sewell. And he'll actually attack the defender instead of be passive against the defender. Mm. Dude, I wanted it bad. Dude, Sewell in a Panther uniform needed to happen. We were one pick away from it. Oh my god, you have no idea how pissed I was on draft day. You have no idea. That made me so mad. And to see like the 49ers just do what they did, and just screw up the entire draft order. It's just like what is going on? It was like a three-ring circus. And I heard something about ESPN and just like, oh well, the player that they picked up. It was like, oh, this player is ready to go, but will they be a proper matchup for XYZ, whoever it was? And I was just like, that should have been the corner that they were trying to draft in like literally every mock draft. If the 49ers hadn't screwed everything up, they would have him. If the Niners hadn't screwed everything up, we would have Sewell. You know, without complications. Had we not won that Washington game and not chosen revenge in a meaningless game, which we're about to do again, by the way. Hint, hint, management, don't do anything stupid. We're very, very close to a top 5 pick again. Don't screw this up. I'll say that as many times as I have to in the next few weeks. Don't do anything stupid. It's the mindset, man. It all goes back to the mindset. Why do you need revenge against a Tom Brady Bucks team, that's kicked our butt recently? Why do you need that revenge when we're not even going to make the playoffs? When we have no shot? Why do you need that? When you could clearly have a top 5 pick and get any tackle you want in the first round. Literally any tackle you want. We have a free range. There's 3 of these teams that are in the top 5 are not even going to go for a tackle. I think it's what? The Jags and Lions we got to worry about. Those are the only 2 teams. Let's just see what teams are currently up there right now. I'm not going to do a mock right at the moment, but I will in a little bit. Jags and Lions. Yeah. First 2. Then you got Houston, the Jets, and the Giants for 2 picks. Here's what I want to happen. I want the Giants to win a game. And for us to keep dropping. Now the Jets will probably lose their game. So that's okay. So the best we could do is probably 4. I would say. Because I don't see the Texans winning any more games. I don't see the Lions really pulling out any more upsets. Maybe one game against the Jags, but at that point it doesn't matter. So I mean, fourth looks pretty good on us, man. After a crazy year, and a 5-win record, I'll take it. What do you think? What do you think if we end up 4th in the draft order after all this is said and done? You like that? No, just ended up there. Just ending up there. That's pretty nice, right? The only 2 teams we'd have to deal with is Jacksonville and Detroit. I'll take that. You know, the Jets would probably be well, we could end up 5th. We could end up 5th. Uh, who? Trevor Lawrence. I think it's going to be defensive. Yeah. Depending on who they hire as the head coach up there, because Urban Meyer's gone. So it all depends on who they hire. Uh, who the assistant head coach, who has now become the temporary head coach, decides to go for. Which I'm sure they'll hire some coach before then for the draft, and it'll be philosophy based. Yeah, trade down. If we can't get Evan Neal, then I see trade down as the best option. Um, right, right, and that's what we ended up. We ended up with a second option on our board, which was a corner. Now think about this, Anthony, and I said this earlier in the stream. This goes all the way back to the Shaq versus Bradbury conversation. Which one should we re-sign at the time? And we chose Shaq. Now, fast forward where we actually got a linebacker that fit Shaq's spot, on the free agent list. Whoever that might be, they do well, or they do adequately well, like Shaq is doing now. And we keep Bradbury and we pay him. Fast forward now to 2021, where we have corner spot solidified. We don't have to worry about corner at all. We got Dante Jackson, we got Bradbury, we got J.C. Horn. We don't take a corner in that first round. We take a tackle, and that tackle would be Slater. Yeah, a lot of people are saying, we would have taken Slater. And in that instance, and I'm glad that Big Cat's channel pointed that out, and I'm glad they did because that was very, very important. I would have never traced that back to that decision, for the Bradbury versus Shaq. But they're exactly right. That was really slick thinking right there. I like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Best corner we've ever had, since Josh Norman. Mm. Bradbury and Norman together. Oh my God. That was a lethal duo right there. And all we needed was that third guy, which would have been Dante. Can you imagine? You know, you add on some decent players on top of that on defense. Oh my God. Hey, here's the thing with Josh Norman, man. When that agent whispers in your ear, and you're just like, man, I gotta have a little bit of a bonus. I gotta be able to pay for a new car, man. You know, I, I just need help paying for that extra pool in the backyard. You know, you know, that's what ruins uh re-signing duels, man. Deals. That's exactly what it does. It ruins it because the player says, "Well, I agree with you. I want some money too." You know, and that's how it goes downhill because they go in there with that mindset, and then the GM's just like, "Nope, we ain't paying that money," because y'all know Gettleman's mindset at the time. He ain't gonna pay that money. He's got a number in mind, and he says, "If you go past that number, we ain't re-signing you." Period. That's exactly what happened in that room. There was no bad blood. There was nothing like that. It was just numbers. That's it. And everybody wants to turn this into, Josh Norman hated Carolina or some other garbage news line, But no, it was just about the numbers. And I guarantee you, if you ask Josh Norman that straight up, he would tell you that. Don't ask him no crazy questions on the media podium because he's not gonna give you a straight answer. Give give this man a real question about this, and he will answer you. He'll answer you the right way. He'll tell you exactly that. It was numbers. So as much as I hate to see Josh Norman go, he was a great guy. Same with Bradbury, man. Dude, those two guys were stellar. It was numbers. We needed the money to sign, other players and fill all these other gaps, positional gaps. And it sucks. But like I said, man, that decision to draft Horn went all the way back to the Shaq and Bradbury decision, though. You would have never thought, right? I would have never traced that all the way back. Unless somebody pointed this out, and they did. So there you go. Um, but yeah, imagine we package up these players, man. We get these picks, you know, and suddenly we're back on the board. That's what I'm thinking needs to happen. Um, Now this new kicker, Liram, who is this guy? 1 year experience in the league, 5'11", 205. Western Ontario, Canada. So we got a Canada guy kicking for us right now. His pro career spent time in Dallas, Washington practice squads, signed a future contract with us, but was released in March. Spent time with the Rams in the summer training camp in 2020 before being cut before the season. Played in the Canadian Football League from 14 to 19, seeing action in Winnipeg, Toronto, and Hamilton. So there's a lot of transactions on this list here where this guy got either signed or waived, released, from practice squads and training camps. So I just hope this dude can help us survive the last 3 games. What do you think? You think he can? And he doesn't have any real NFL stats. That's the thing, man. We don't have anything to go on unless you look up Canadian numbers, which I ain't gonna bother with that. Nah, I didn't bother with those. It's just a whole bunch of excuses and nonsense. Blame this player, blame that person. Dude, I'm sick of that. Okay. All right. Hmm. Excuse me. And I'll bet you he said that multiple times, didn't he? Yep. That's what he did last week too on the press conferences last week. Yeah, Sam Darnold might see some playing time, y'all. Just saying. That's what Matt Rule said in his press conference. I heard that over the grapevine. Continue. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do too. I mean, Robbie is Robbie. You know, he's got his pluses, but he's got a lot of minuses though too. And that's why I'm saying like package him and Sam Darnold up and send them to Houston. Houston's in desperate need of a quarterback and a wide receiver duo. With the Watson situation going on, and nobody wants to go to Houston. So, you know, they'll they'll see that trade offer on the table and they'll go, you know, I don't mind giving up a third or a fourth for this. You know, yeah, right. Mm-hmm. that he's having here. Um, and okay, right, messed up, messed up his brain. Yeah, I told you nobody wants to go to New York. Nobody wants to go to the Jets. This is why, folks. This is why. Hmm. Nonsense is still going on up there. Yeah, it's the culture. Nobody wants to go up to New York, man. They know that's a losing team, and all they're going to get is money. All they're going to get is a bag up there, man. Telling you, it's a dress rehearsal. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Right. Yeah. Hmm. Houston was terrible at the time, but yeah, might have been Sean's rookie year or second year. Hmm. Oh boy. Hmm. 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 I feel you, man. I feel you. I don't regret wearing this jersey, man. I don't regret it at all. This Effie Obata, man, this is real. That's real love, man. No matter what team this man ends up on, that's real love. Dude, I miss him so much, man. I was so mad. Because with Effie, it ain't about the money, man. It was about, we just felt like he wasn't the right fit. And I was going, are you serious? This dude pressured the quarterback more than anybody else on that doggone defense. And you go toss him? You barely paying the man and you go toss him? Man, something ain't right with the mindset of this banishment. I've been saying it for years. We need a mindset change. Mindset and a culture change. We keep playing with broken toys and we expect it to be, a Super Bowl contender. But I did not watch that game myself, but I did keep up with the score though. Yeah, I was busy on Monday night, but I did keep track of it. They did 20-10. But notice it took until the fourth quarter for the Rams to finally get that last 10. I'll tell you, man, that's how resilient that Seattle defense is. People think Seattle is one of those lower end teams right now, but I mean, watch that defense though. You can't come in there into a Seattle game with that mindset. Otherwise, that defense is going to run you over. And I'm looking at it right now. The Rams got 20 first downs, but that's a pedestrian game for the Rams. If you consider the Rams typical games, man, they typically get anywhere from 21 to 25 first downs. That's pedestrian. 332 yards total yards for the Rams. You know, that's a little below their average. And you got the one turnover as well. So I mean, but look at the Rams defense in turn, you know, it's they limited Seattle to 214 yards, a turnover, and only 13 first downs. So that Rams defense is for real too. So you got to look at both sides. Um, Man, let's turn our attention to this Bucks game though a little bit because I kind of want to go over that a little bit more. Um, we got Leonard Fournette going on the IR. What are your thoughts on that one? 'Cause I saw that on my fantasy roster and I went, "Oh no, not again." We got Leonard Fournette on the IR. Yeah. How many of y'all had this man on your fantasy team and lost out on points on that one? Oof. I'm joining y'all. Yikes, man. That's a hamstring injury. That's a big loss. Man, you're talking like 180 carries, 812 yards, 8 touchdowns this year, 4.5 average. This man was balling out. He got 3 touchdowns against the Colts. Yeah. Okay. Go for it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Fragile as glass. Mm-hmm. Let him have his say, Earl. I'll get to that point in a minute. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a 50-50, man, on whether you want to move him or not, isn't it? Yeah, it is, man. And I just want to point out this comment, man, because this is exactly how I feel about it too. I think we all recognize this at this point. It's because they run CMC too much because he knows that he can make plays. You know, it's his security blanket. It was Sam's security blanket just as much as he was Cam's security blanket. You know what I mean? It's a safety net. You know, he felt safe throwing it to him when nothing else is there. You know, and when CMC isn't there, then he goes to Robbie and he says, "Okay, well, Robbie, I know I got some familiarity with you because we played in New York. You're my next safety net. After that's gone, what? Where else do you throw it? Where else do you throw it when DJ is double coverage? We got Terrace Marshall Jr. out there man on man, and he can't beat his man. Then what? We got to rely on Tommy Trimble, right? And there's been times when Tommy Trimble has been blocked out of plays. Yeah, there's been times when Tommy Trimble has been blocked out of plays or has been one on one and lost. So then what? You got nobody. You got to run that thing. You can't just sit there in the pocket after a 2.7 holding of the ball and go, well, there ain't nobody to throw it to, so I'll just take the sack. No, you got to run with that. Yeah, yeah. I liked him. I thought he was a great wide receiver. I thought he had great hands, great speed. Um, he was one of those uh, two wide receivers on our team that went over 1,000 yards last year, and I was very pleased with it. I thought, if we can resign him, let's resign him. But if we can't, then it is what it is. We can replace a wide receiver. There's a lot of those good wide receivers in the draft, but you can't replace a James Bradbury when there's a soft market for corners. And that's where the problem came in. We couldn't pay both. So what do you do? You know, do you stick with the corner or do you stick with Curtis Samuel? You got to stick with the corner. You got to pay the man what he wants. How often are you going to find a James Bradbury in the draft? You're lucky if you can find one. Yeah, and it's not surprising to see that Gettleman wanted him. You know, it's not surprising to see that he is the only consistent Giants player on that entire Giants defense. And everybody's just like, oh, the Giants defense is so bad. The Giants defense is horrible. Well, what about James Bradbury? Y'all forgot about him, didn't you? Y'all forgot to put him on your scopes. Everybody ignores that man. Oh, just because he didn't win a Super Bowl ring? Oh, you're just gonna throw him under the bus and ignore him? Nah, bro. He's still James Bradbury. He's still balling out. So you can't just forget about these players, man. If you forget about them, they're gonna come back and hurt you. Just like that Bills game, I told you, half a dozen of our former teammates. Our management don't want to hear it though. They're just like, we're just gonna move forward. We're just gonna move forward without this player. You don't even think before you release these people, do you? You really don't. And that's exactly the problem. Mindset. Mindset. That's what's killing us. It's the culture and the mindset. That's what it comes down to. You can you can hit Tepper in the wallet where it hurts. You can fire this head coach or fire this offensive coordinator all you want to. It's still not gonna solve the problem until you change that mindset. All right. So Earl says you got that correct, man. I mean, but you can't run one player all the time. He's gonna get hurt. You basically give him 30 snaps at a time almost. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. True. Curtis Samuel was an awesome wide receiver, man. We were crazy for getting rid of him. Well, I mean, it was money. It was money. I hate it, but it's money. You know, there's some players that we can get rid of for money and some of them that we can't that are talented. You know what I mean? I get that, man. Ted Ginn was one of them back in the day, man. We couldn't keep him, but it was money. We couldn't pay him. So, I mean, and then you got people like you got people like Mario Addison. We couldn't pay him. He wanted a whole bunch of money. We couldn't pay him, and that's a shame, man. That's a real shame. But people like Effie Obata, you can pay Effie Obata. That's the people I'm getting mad at, man. That's the ones that make me mad. The ones that are payable. You know, this man wasn't even making over $2 million in his contract, and you go toss him? I don't think so. I don't think so. Watch that man come back and haunt you. What did I say several times this year? This man was going to get a sack on Cam Newton or whoever quarterback we had. He had two. That's what you get for not paying that man. Anybody else want to doubt my logic on that? Come on. Anybody else? Come at me, man. I got a whole book full of this nonsense, man. Predictions and stuff like that. Y'all don't even want to hear half of this, man. It's gonna be hurtful for your soul. Mm. And I know I triggered some people with that mindset change too. They don't want to hear that either. This whole fan base is just so they've gotten so comfortable in that egotistical blinder mindset that they think we win three easy games, we're going to the Super Bowl, or we lose four games and fire everybody in the entire staff and hurt Tapper where it hurts. Y'all are so hair triggered on we just gotta win at this exact moment, or or the world is gonna come crashing down. It's like the apocalypse happens with this team. Come on, man. Get out your feelings, man. We get sick of this crap. Man, the Panthers fans that actually care about this team and are actually realistic are getting sick of that. How many times we got to look at this garbage in the social media and think, why are y'all acting like this? It's the same ones. And then y'all want to come up in my social media and act like, man, oh, well, we got such a great team. We think we're somebody now. And the fan, how much of this do we want to blame on the fans too? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. How much of this do we want to blame on the mindset of the fans? Because we have way too high expectations. Way too high. We think we're some Pittsburgh Steelers or some Green Bay Packers or some New England Patriots team. No, we ain't nobody. We ain't nobody. And until we realize that and accept that fact, we're not going anywhere. Yeah, Curtis Samuel went to the Saints twice, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Going on at least 3 to 4 years now, man. Mm. Mm. Anthony, I know you missed this, so I'm gonna read this part again, man, for you, just for you, because I know everybody read this. I know everybody saw this in stream, but I'm reading this for you. So Corey McKinney says in the chat here that this O line is absolutely atrocious. We need to fix the O line in 2022 draft before thinking about getting a rookie quarterback and asking a rookie quarterback to be put under the same garbage conditions as Cam Newton. It's an ER. It's an ER room. It really is. Until you fix the problem, it's an ER room for quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. He says, I'm all for getting a rookie quarterback, but let's get one in the 2023 draft after the O line gets fixed. At least a little. After the O line gets fixed a little. And I've said this before, man. You ain't gonna fix this line in 3 years. It's gonna take 5 to fully fix it. To get a full depth chart like we did in 15. That's what it's gonna take. And it's gonna take our front office being dedicated to getting offensive linemen hit or miss and playing battleship, man. It's playing battleship with offensive linemen every year. That's what it's gonna take. Numbers game. Mm-hmm. Oh, they ain't ready to hear all this, man. Go ahead and let it out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Facts. Mm. Yeah. Facts, man. Facts. We ain't going nowhere. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's how I felt as a Cubs fan for like the longest time. And as a Braves fan, in between those years where we didn't win those division titles, after the World Series till now, you know, that's how I felt for a good number of years too. So I feel that, man. Clemson, same way. before we got Dabo. Mm-hmm. Right. It's about more than that though. Mm-hmm. 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 Facts. Say it louder for the people that can't hear you, man. that don't want that don't want to listen, man. Yes, sir. Right. And there's so many players that get involved with so many organizations that help out, man. And it's just so awesome to watch that. And Cam was involved in those soup kitchens, and hmm yeah. hmm That's a life lesson. That's a life lesson that goes beyond football, y'all. hmm Yeah. For what it is, man. For what it is. yeah. It's the keep pounding show, man. That's what it is. Yeah. It's the keep pounding show, man. It ain't just about us. It never was about us. It's about this whole fan base as a whole. It's about this whole franchise as a whole. You know, who are we? We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to journey and discover that. And we're a family, man. We look out for each other, and that's what it means to be a part of the Keep Pounding crew, man. Is we just keep we take care of each other. We're a family. You know, we help each other out when we need it, and it's awesome. I'm so blessed to be a part of this and to be able to do this every Thursday and Sunday, and even on into the off season. I'm doing it for y'all. And so yeah, I can never get over that hat, Corey. I can never pull off a hat look. The Chrome Panther is fire. Yes, sir. Y'all see this? Woo! I saw it on the website. I was just like, I gotta have that. Oh, that is fire. Oh, that's unique right there. I was looking for something unique, that actually represents our brand and what we're trying to do. And I think, how we keep ending up getting the silver platter, and the second place and the silver instead of the gold. This represents what that is, man. You know, this represents everybody here. We keep trying to push forward, but we just have end up having to settle. And I feel that, man. I feel that more than y'all do. Really. I mean that best represents what my life has been through the years. Is I've had to settle so many times, man. I'm so frustrated by it. But at the same time, man, it's better than we could be the Jets. You know, End of the day, we could be the Jets. So I'm thankful that we're not that low on the totem pole. I'm thankful that we're not the Detroit Lions, or the Jacksonville Jaguars, constantly looking for some kind of a soul, you know, not just a purpose, but a soul. You know what I'm saying? Like those three teams have never really had a soul for a number of years, and it's just sad. Yeah, man. Um, Earl says, "Yeah, so true. We need to fix the O line and the defensive line. I said it so many times, Corey. Yes, sir. You could say it till you're blue in the face in the social medias, and they just don't want to hear it. They just don't want to hear it. They don't care. All they're focusing on is that tunnel vision quarterback battle. That's all that's all they think about. They're so one dimensional that it actually pisses you off. It really does. If you read enough comments. That's why I try to limit how much time I spend on these pages, man. Because like some of these comments just I don't even understand y'all. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. If you think quarterback is going to solve the problem of the Carolina Panthers, you're delusional. If you think that uh, firing Matt Rule is going to solve the problem of the Carolina Panthers, you're delusional. If you think that hitting Tepper in the wallet is going to solve the problem of the Carolina Panthers, you're delusional. If you think Cam Newton is the savior of everything that is humanly possible in Carolina, you're delusional. The real problem is the mindset. It's right up here. We're expecting too much. Fan base thought, you know, we've been going through a quarterback crisis for years. We've been rotating through these guys like water. And guess who has had a hand on every single quarterback choice since then? Matt Rule. Yeah. Everybody's just like, man, Matt Rule says, okay, that's. I wanted Matthew Stafford, man. Everybody wanted Matthew Stafford. We tried to get Matthew Stafford. That didn't work. So that fell through. So Matt Rule says, man, we're going to experiment. We're going to experiment with Sam Darnold. We experimented with Teddy Bridgewater. We experimented by cutting Cam Newton. We experimented in this. The experiment's over, man. We're sick of this. Change your mindset. I don't even think ice cream would solve the problem now. We might be past that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a mindset. Matt Rule, every time he goes up to the podium, we gotta try to focus on being 1-0. We gotta focus on being 1-0. Well, here's the problem with trying to be 1-0. That works in college, but it doesn't work in the NFL. Works in college, but it don't work in the NFL, man. It's a different beast. It's a different animal. You can't walk in here with a college mindset into the NFL and think you're going to succeed. Oh God! And then you want to backtrack and come up with all kinds of garbage excuses. Oh, well, Cam Newton didn't do this. He was so quick to throw Cam under the bus. Did y'all notice that? Y'all noticed that, right? Man, I don't want to have that same coaching mindset anymore. And it's been the same coaching mindset every time we bring in a new coach. Every time. Every time. Ron Rivera said the same stuff. He's just regurgitating the same garbage. As soon as the season's dead, it's just like, whatever. Blame this person, blame that person, throw this person under the bus. Take responsibility for your L's. We're sick of this. Man up. Say, okay, this is where we're at. We didn't make the playoffs. Okay. How do we start preparing for next year? Well, we got to start by getting a top 5 draft pick. How do we do that? We don't try to win. You don't openly say the T word in front of the media. But you got to say, man, we we can't try to win this game, but maybe, just maybe, you know, if we don't get this win, maybe we get a top 5, right? That would be perfectly acceptable. To me, I would accept that. I don't understand why coaches keep getting fired for this garbage when it's not their fault. What excuse do you want them to make to cover up for that? That simple truth that if you lose out, you get a higher draft pick. It's what it is. It's how the system is set up. Stop firing coaches for this crap. If they're good coaches, they're good coaches after 3 years. If they're not good coaches after 3 years, then you could fire them. And you do it before they draft again. You do it as soon as the season's over. You don't wait. You notice these teams that fire these coaches right after they miss the playoffs? That's smart. But here comes the teams that can't seem to understand, with owners that are just like, well, I want to win now mentality, that fire these guys when they come up with excuses. Well, what do you expect them to say? What do you want them to say? After that point, the season's dead. Just don't listen to them. It's that simple. Let them answer the truth, man. Taking L's gives you a higher draft pick. It's not hard to understand. Owners, GMs, come on. It's not rocket science. And yet, I see a head coach fired every day because of this stuff, man. Every year for the same nonsense in the NFL. And I'm sitting there like, really? We're doing this again, huh? Y'all don't understand what the system is. So, I take that to mean we're not accepting the excuses and the regurgitated garbage that you're expecting them to throw out there. Either you are or you aren't. One of the two. Either you accept the system for what it is, or you accept the garbage excuses that are going to come out of these coaches' mouths at the podiums when they lose and lose out and get you a higher draft pick anyway. What do you want them to say? I screwed up. I should be fired. Well, no, duh. Time to tank. Yeah, see, nobody wants to hear that. The media blasts any coach that says that, and the coach loses their job immediately as soon as they see the T word. It's like the name Voldemort in Harry Potter. Every time you hear, come on, come on. Oh my god, it's like a curse word in NFL society. I've never understood it, but at the same time, it is what it is. You can't. I've been through this several times on stream, y'all. I have. And the people that don't want to listen, whatever. But the people that do want to listen, man, thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry y'all have to hear this like 15,000 times. But it's the truth, though. Because this happens every single year around this time of year. And I have to go through that whole spiel every time, every year. Because people don't care. Uh, like you said, I need to go to the head office first and get this stuff right, man. Yeah, it's in the head. Mindset. Mindset. If you accept the NFL system for what it is, the draft system for what it is, if you accept this team for what it is, and stop being delusional and thinking 3 wins in a Super Bowl or 3 losses and firing the whole staff, then we wouldn't be in this situation. But no, that's not how the rest of the NFL works. Look around you. But they don't want to hear all that. They don't want to hear it. They're too busy in their in their blinders. You know, they got their Carolina Panthers blinders on. I only see this. I only see what I want to see. Man, wake up. Wake up. It makes me sick. A lot of fan base don't want to hear the truth. You notice that over the years. Facts. They don't want the truth. But you know what? This channel is the truth. Y'all gonna hear it anyway, whether you want to or not. You know, we ain't going nowhere. We're staying right here on YouTube, baby. We're staying right here on Facebook. Y'all gonna hear every word of it too, eventually. Because eventually these streams are gonna get shared so many times that people are gonna have to listen. And when people have to listen and hear what we have to say, eventually it's gonna get through the thick skulls that hell, oh hey, maybe some of this stuff might be right. Maybe he's not delusional after all. And we might be the wrong ones. But y'all scared of being so wrong so much that it's just terrifying. But okay. Y'all keep believing the lies. Y'all keep believing the Pinocchio nose, man. That's all I got to say on that. Y'all keep believing the Pinocchio nose lies. Just like we did with Joe Brady, man. That man lied to us so many times this year. Dude, I lost count. That man's nose became a doggone tree branch. Forget a Pinocchio nose. This man's nose went all around the doggone world. It was so bad. It was so bad. People eventually had to see it, and they were just like, "Oh my god! All right, really? We're getting tired of this. Same regurgitated answers, man. It was just week after week after week after week, and they're just like, nope, we're done. We're done. Y'all gonna do that to Cam Newton though? Y'all gonna do that to the savior of the Carolina Panthers? Nah, nah. Cam Newton is Cam Newton is the most amazing thing since sliced bread. No, we can't do that to him. Man, fair is fair. If you go do that to Joe Brady, why don't you do that to Cam Newton? Oh, but Cam Newton has done such an XYZ over the years. He's gotten us to the Super Bowl. He's gotten What has he done for you lately? Ah, see, y'all don't want that question, do you? Y'all don't want that question because that exposes all that nonsense, man. That exposes all the hypocrisy that y'all are spouting out here, man. Y'all don't want that question. Uh huh. It is time for Rule to accept accountability. He blamed Brady. Now he's blaming Cam. Who's next? Mm. That man's on a hot seat. Man's on a hot seat. And it's just excuse after excuse after excuse. Eventually, it's going to catch up to you. You got one more year, bro. You got one more year. Keep digging that grave. You're going to end up just like Ron Rivera. That's what he wants, I bet. He wanted that Giants job, man. Here's my thing, man. For And this leads back to all the people that were Gettleman haters too. All right. This leads back to all the Gettleman haters out there. Oh, I'm about to trigger y'all too. I'm about to trigger y'all too. Come on. Come on and get some of this too. Because y'all don't want to hear this. Why would our guy, our head coach right now, Matt Rule, want to work for Gettleman before coming down here to Carolina? We had to bribe him to come down here. Oh, but Gettleman's such a terrible GM. Oh, he's so horrible. Uh huh. Uh huh. Right. Right. We had to bribe this man to come down here. We literally had to send a jet up there and pick him up and send him back down to Carolina. Oh, you can't stand Gettleman. See, I'm about to trigger y'all, man. I'm about to trigger y'all Gettleman haters. Y'all don't want to hear this nonsense, man. y'all got the y'all got the Gettleman hater blinders on. That's what y'all got right now. what? Why do we need to send a jet up there to New York to get this man to come down to Carolina? Hmm? If Gettleman's such a terrible GM, answer me that one. All right, what's up, Anthony? Oh, interesting. Hmm. I was wondering what the 49ers were doing up, you know, in a playoff hunt. Wow. Wow. Does that put them in the playoff? Let's find out. Titans are in control of the division at the end of my projections. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, let me see something. 15, right? 15. Colts won that game. All right. Yeah. Hmm. I got the Dolphins finishing 8-9. Yeah, they beat the Jets last week. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. We're starting to see some Saturday games, y'all. We had that first one last week, I think, was when they started the Saturday games. Green Bay and Cleveland. Mm-hmm. In Lambeau. Colts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those are the only two. All right, with this Titans win, they actually take over the division because they've actually beaten the Colts already in the projections. I don't know if they actually beat them already in real life, but in the projections, yes. Let's find out. Colts. How did that Titans game end up? Yep. Yeah, Colts beat the Titans earlier on. And no, they actually took two losses to the Titans. They took two losses to the Titans. Yep. Mm-hmm. So Titans control the division. Right. Colts end up 12-5. Titans end up 12-5, but the Titans have already won both those games, so they control the division. That's in my projections right now. As far as what I think is going to happen in the next 2 weeks here. Right. So yeah, this is gonna be wild, man. Mm, Casey wins easily. That is correct. I have them ending up 6-10-1. 1-5 in division. Mm, ouch. They're not beating the They're not beating the Chiefs. You know, um, let's see where they are. They're not beating the Browns in Pittsburgh, I don't think, because the Browns are playing well. Although that one could go the other way and it could go Pittsburgh's direction. Either way, it doesn't really affect the playoff race here because they're both out at that point. I'll go ahead and pick Pittsburgh for that. Mm-hmm. I've got Baltimore by a slight edge. And by the way, Baltimore does play Pittsburgh for that final game in Baltimore. So they're not beating Baltimore in Baltimore. That's not happening. I don't see that happening. That's a dangerous Baltimore Ravens team at home in December. You don't want to mess with that. Nope. So you said who now? Oh, Bengals and Ravens, right? Mm-hmm. Uh, Baltimore does. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not very much of one, but it's there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'd say they got a solid shot at winning it anyway. I have them at 12-5. Let me get to couple of these comments. Yeah, they can't beat Baltimore in there. I disagree with that one. Of course, Baltimore. Yep. Mm-hmm. Corey McKinney says, "No disrespect, but I think you have the Gettleman loving blinders on." All right, we'll get to that. We'll get to that, Corey McKinney. All due respect, man. All due respect. We'll get to it. I just want to say, even if I disagree with y'all, I still respect y'all, and I still give y'all the platform to say what you got to say, man. You know, I'm here for it. Just curious, what makes Gettleman such a great GM? Huntley drafted better than Gettleman during the tenures at Carolina. Plus, Gettleman was classless. He called D'Angelo Williams and Steve Smith old and washed before he basically forced them out of Carolina. He went on to call Steve Smith a thug on multiple occasions. He also talked Odell Beckham, and one of the main people D'Angelo was waiting on a call from when his mother died was Gettleman. Williams never got that call. Mm. Is that true? Is all of that true? Like, I've never heard any of that. That just sounds like media fluff right there. That's what that sounds like. Trying to get a trying to get a story, you know what I mean? Trying to get a divisive story. I mean, it could be true. There might be a hint of truth in there, but, you know, oh man. I'll talk about Gettleman in a minute, man. I do want to get to him, but I'll talk about him in a minute. I think Fitterer will prove to be our best GM we've ever had if he can fix his O line and we get a head coach that can start winning games. Absolutely, man. That I agree with. Now that I can jump on the train with, man, because Fitterer has been such an excellent GM for us so far. Yeah, and those trades make sense. They really did make sense. The value was good. You know, the offers were good. I was happy with it, man. Like so far, huh? Facebook, Facebook. Yeah, I like it as well. Actually, okay. Corey McKinney says it's definitely all true. That's why Williams called him a snake. Hmm. There's a lot of stuff behind closed doors that I didn't know was going on. Apparently, if that's true. Wow. I just think somebody's going to the Super Bowl this year that never been, and Tampa Bay might go back. Yeah, yeah. Also, remember when Steve Smith had like 200 yards against us in his first game against us? There was a reason he went so hard that game. Mm, nah, I think it was just Steve Smith being Steve Smith. You know, this dude can rack up some yards against our secondary. He knows our secondary that well. That's why I didn't think anything of it. You know, I thought, that's a typical Steve Smith the goat numbers. But man, I just hope none of that is true, man. I hope none of that is true because I know that. Look, here's the thing about Dave Gettleman. Eh, eh, okay, you'll send me some links. All right, go ahead then. Go ahead then. I just want to say this before. What about Williams and Steve Smith versus Gettleman? See, I don't even know about all of these side comments and stuff like this, man. I didn't even know about this. Like, I didn't even hear about any of this. This is news to me. Now, I do remember the snake comment. I do remember that one. That one was public knowledge. Uh, I just brushed it off. I didn't think nothing of it. You know. At the time, yes, I was hella focused on Gettleman and what he was doing. More so than I was focused on uh, the side comments and all that nonsense. Because I thought that was just the media trying to stir up the pot. Stir up some division. Uh, what I liked about Gettleman was that everything he did, every move that he made had a purpose towards building a beautiful 53-man roster picture, that we could actually compete with. And when he walked into the job, he already had 2/3 of the pieces that he needed. So all he had to do was put in the extra pieces, which he was very good at. That's what he does. He builds the extra uh, part of the depth chart up to where we can have a solid 53-man roster we could be proud of. And I liked a lot of those moves during that Gettleman era. And what you noticed was these guys were healthy. This was a solid 53-man roster in 14 and 15 that was capable of competing consistently. And we could have kept going on run after run after run. You know what I mean? And that's what every roster move had a purpose. Whether it be a cut, whether it be an addition, whether it be uh, even the smallest moves had a purpose that you may not see it immediately. But once you start looking around and putting the puzzle pieces together and piecing them together in such a way that it creates a puzzle that is beautiful to look at, then you start to see what Gettleman was creating and the brilliance of it. We had never had such thought process in Carolina before Gettleman came along. It was just random. It was like, okay, well, let's just get best available player, and then that's it. The thought process stopped right there. But with Gettleman, he was thinking 5 moves ahead of everybody. 5 moves ahead of everybody. Even me. And I can pride myself on saying, I understand a good chunk of this team and what we're trying to build, but this man was 5 moves ahead of me. And that's saying something. I didn't Some of these moves I didn't even get until like 2 weeks later, and then I thought I started piecing the pieces together. I thought this man is a genius. It's like this is why we made this move. This is why we did this. This is why we did X, Y, and Z. You know, and yes, his weakness was contracts. His weakness was how he handled the players. But man, the moves that he made though, we had never seen anything like it in Carolina. And now we're starting to see that type of thinking, that type of forward thinking times 3 with the moves that we're making, you know. So it takes away the weaknesses of Gettleman with Federer. Our contracts are looking solid. Our draft picks are looking a lot more solid. But still with the forward thinking that and the puzzle piecing together that Gettleman had with Federer. That's what you're seeing. And that's why I love Federer this much, man. Plus, Federer brings an aggressiveness in trading that Gettleman wasn't gonna do. However, here's what Gettleman did in during draft times, and this is what made it brilliant. He will pick the most uncharacteristic player that you would never expect him to pick, and the pick would not make sense until later. Wait, uh, I'm trying to find an example, man, because this was years ago. Bear with me, man. But you know, Gettleman's picks would screw everybody's mind up in a first round. Everybody. And he does it every year. That year he picked up Daniel Jones in the first round. Nobody expected that. It screwed everybody up. Everybody was looking at their draft boards just like, what the heck are we going to do now? You know? It didn't really affect their draft boards, but it got them thinking. You know what I'm saying? That was his goal. He was trying to throw everybody off their game, you know, and go after the people he wanted. he already had a set of targets that he wanted, and that's the brilliance of Gettleman right there. He does the unexpected, but it makes so much sense later. Okay. Yeah. Pat Eflin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Did they just test positive for it? No, it just means one of two things. Either they tested positive for it even though they took the shot, or two, uh they legitimately have COVID and they don't have the shot, but they're still being tested daily and they get the positive tests. That's what happened there. I've seen at least a handful of players end up with that situation this year. So, they're not the only ones. So they might legitimately have it, you know what I mean? But, you know, how many of them actually got the jab? What about Dennis Taylor? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Oh, he definitely needs to go. Yeah. I'm getting tired of watching him play. He's let go of blocks. He's gotten Cam injured. You saw the man bleeding in the last game. Come on. He needs to go. I'm getting sick of this. Which I mean, still, that's an improvement over last year, where you you literally saw a quarterback ER list. Oh God, it was a nightmare. Okay, the NFL is all mixed up right now. We got a lot of fixing to do this team. Yes, sir. All right, so see, that guy might actually be on target. I've seen a lot of the first three picks go to defensive players lately. It's weird. It's a weird trend. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying, man. Evan Neal might be there for us. There's a strong chance he'll be there for us. Mm-hmm. That's our next pick. Mm-hmm. Yep. Assuming we don't make the trades that I'm suggesting and don't get any extra picks and we just go straight from first to fourth. That's a tough one for me, man. Um they should be in the fourth. Third and fourth are the best for linebackers. Yeah, after all the offensive linemen are gone, in the first and second, and quarterbacks, and top wide receiver prospects. Sometimes corners too. So linebackers would be next. That's typically third and fourth. Um, However, you might still see some second level guards and tackles and stuff like that in the fourth. B grades, B lower B grades. Um, so that's what my mind is gravitating towards guard, and maybe a safety, because all the good safeties are going to be gone that round too. Third and fourth. And like I said, man, I put Paulo Mayo in my mock drafts for third and fourth. So I don't know. He may go third. That's what I'm concerned about. That's why I want us to make these trades. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Oh lordy. If y'all think okay, if y'all think that last game against the Saints is real, think again. I ain't falling for that trap. I am not falling for that trap. There is no way Tom Brady is that bad. There is no way that Bucks offense is that bad. I refuse to believe it. I literally refuse to believe that. All right, what do we got here? Yep, I'm already in it. I really don't want to see that happen. We'd be shooting ourselves in the foot. Yo, addressing Corey McKinney's stuff about Gettleman. And Steve Smith did literally say that stuff though. Yeah. I mean, Gettleman was not a good person to deal with if you wanted player to deal with players. He was always dirty to the players. So now, as far as what happened behind closed doors, I can't speak on that. Palomeo won't go to the fifth at least. They're saying his tackling issues and a real concern. Really? Cousin, yeah. Mm-hmm. Really? Hmm. He's regressing. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, with that in mind, man, it makes me want to go Tyke Smith from Georgia. You know, if you're going to have tackling issues, I don't want nobody on this defense that can't tackle. Period. Point blank. Period. Any team that I would run, if you are a defensive player and you cannot tackle, I don't care what position you play. If you cannot tackle, bye bye out the door. Don't want you. That's just how I roll though with my teams, man. That's how I roll. And what were you saying? Facts. Facts. Why do you think I got so many of them in my mock drafts? Hmm. They're ranked number one right now. Facts. They battled Alabama like it was, you know, an absolute chess match. I was impressed with that SEC championship game. I don't know about y'all, but I was impressed. Yo, go Panthers, man. That's right. Uh, yes, sir. Hold up, I got you. I got you. Hold up, hold up. All right, say it again. I got you. Let me play it again for everybody. Let's go. Mm. Oh, I love it. Dude, I want to see that mixed reality Panther again. Let's look. Everybody that doesn't know about this mixed reality Panther, check this out. If y'all haven't seen this yet, it was dope. Oh, they're still doing it at the stadium? Oh yeah, that is so awesome. Ugh, freaking love it. Just rip up the opponent flag. Yeah. Oh, that is the most amazing thing. Oh, I love it. How y'all feeling about that right there? That's dude, that's fire. That's fire right there. Mm, dude, that is legit one of the most fire things that we have ever come up with in Carolina. Like you got the animatronic Clemson light up eyes on the Death Valley Stadium. That thing still works too, by the way, even in 2021. And the eyes will light up orange, and the tail would move. It would literally move. And I was just like, that is so cool. And you got to think, like, when this stadium was built, that was like way back when they put that in. Dude, to have that kind of an animation and cool thing going on with Carolina is just unique. It's unique to us. And they did the same thing with the Baltimore Raven too. I think the Raven came before us, but still, that's still really cool to be the second one to be able to test that out. Man, just imagine like the Chicago Bears, like a gigantic animatronic bear, and or for the Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles, it's like a animatronic eagle flying. You know that would be sick, right, dude? Oh my god. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a long time Braves fan, man. Absolutely. I could have actually attended that Braves celebration, but I had family issues to deal with at the time, so family emergency, the next day. I was thinking about it, but I decided to sleep in, and it's a good thing I did because I ended up with a family emergency. So it's unfortunate, but I got to watch it, on on my phone and my laptop. So it was fun, man. It was really fun. I thought it was funny how the music cut out for the guy that they got to rap for it. So he just started singing the lyrics, and you got the whole crowd just start singing the lyrics with him. All those bars. Oh my god, that was funny. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hmm. That's what's up, man. Spread that knowledge, man. Spread that knowledge. Yeah, dude. Yo, that's awesome. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dude, I like to imagine, somebody from the Tepper families watching our stuff, man, and just enjoys our content. That'd be really cool. If you are, man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's an honor. It really is. If you are, um, you know, we pride ourselves on being truthful. We pride ourselves on being honest and telling the people what this team is. For what it is, and regardless of what people want to hear, and it's there. It's the truth. Pleasure's all mine, man. Pleasure's all mine. It's the Keep Pounding show, man. It's the Keep Pounding show. It involves all of us. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mine was the first one to pop up, huh? That's what's up, man. Glad to see our channel's getting some recognition in the searches. That's good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I typically go up there about 6 times a year, and I do it for y'all. You know, it's 98-degree heat. It's blistering hot, but I do it for y'all, and I do it for the team. Because I want to see these guys up close too. And I want to know what we're doing with. It helps my podcast get better and better and better. Because I'll have more knowledge to be able to share with you, firsthand video footage to actually review, and talk about, and in history of these players too. See, my man's getting a big head right here. He's getting a big head. Yo, it's the Keep Pounding crew. It's the Keep Pounding page, man, and the Keep Pounding channel. It involves all of us, man. When we're working together and we're trying to better this team, that's what it is. That's who we are on this channel. That's who we are on this page. We're trying to become the voice of the people, you know, for the management so that they can understand what we really believe is the real problem with this team and how to fix it. And I'm doing something that a lot of other podcasters don't do. I actually will say the truth first off. Secondly, I'll actually do my research and understand what I'm doing with. And third, I'm going to offer solutions that they haven't offered before because that's, it's unique. I'm trying to get this channel off the ground. I'm trying to get people to listen and really understand this is what's really wrong with this team. You know, don't follow all these people with that that I was preaching about earlier. That the 3 wins and we're going to the Super Bowl, or 3 wins and 3 losses and we fire everybody. Crowds, man, quit. And all the Cam lovers and all the Cam haters and blah blah blah. We are so divided as a fan base, man. I'm trying to unify and be the one voice, that the management can listen to and find some reason in. Whether they want to use that information or not is their choice. It's still their team. But, I just want to be able to come out here and say what I got to say. And listen, man, this Keep Pounding crew that we got right here, we have always been the ones that have been ostracized by everybody in the Facebook groups and all this other stuff, man. Everybody's ignored what we had to say. Well, now I'm giving y'all a platform. I'm giving y'all that opportunity. Say what you got to say, man. Grow a spine. Say what you got to say. Be who you are. You know what I mean? That's what this channel is, man. And I love it. I love having that opportunity and give it to others. What's up? Tom Brady is coming to town. Tom Brady is coming to town. He's gonna serve up that L to the Carolinas. An angry Tom Brady at that. Yes, sir, Malachi. Did you see that man in his press conference after that game? Dude, I was losing it. I ain't never seen that man so shook in my life. That's the truth. Oh my god. Even after those Super Bowl losses he got, man, the very couple of them that he actually did get, I've never seen him that shook. Oh my god. Man, we ain't even focused on Gettleman and a bus anymore, Corey McKinney. We focused on the future, bro. He's coming back for revenge for what the Saints done to him. Yup, that's exactly it. He's gonna shred our defense and shred it twice. Gonna find out who's weaker trash. Tom Brady is coming to town. He's gonna make us all look like clowns. Oh, oh man. Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one, folks. It really is. Um, mm, okay. So, do we want to finish out these playoff predictions here? Um, right, right. I'm not really gonna fool with the mock draft tonight. I think I'll fool with it on Sunday night once our draft position changes. Yeah, I don't really mess with it on Thursday nights because that draft position changes every time on Sundays. Right? I mean, honestly, Tennessee's been having an interesting year if you think about it. Yeah, let's take a look at who Tennessee has actually played in the last few years. Yeah, that sounds familiar if you're a Green Bay fan. And y'all think that's Rogers' fault? Man, come on. No. Why do you think that man's still there? What do you think Matt Ryan is still in Atlanta? It's not. It's not Matt Ryan's fault that the Falcons are terrible. So why are we still changing out quarterbacks, thinking it's the quarterback's problem? Huh? Did that ever occur to anybody? Wow. Culture change, mindset change. Telling you. Stop blaming it on the quarterback when we actually had a decent quarterback at the time. Why do we get rid of? Come on, man. Cam was better than Sam Darnold. He was better than Teddy Bridgewater. Why do we get rid of Cam? Y'all really felt like the injuries were that much of a problem, and his choice of where he was throwing the ball was that much of a problem that we got rid of him. Well, if you get rid of a quarterback, who are you going to replace him with? See, y'all Cam haters didn't think that far ahead, did you? I already had my mind on Teddy Bridgewater. That failed. Then I thought Stafford. We tried to get Stafford. That failed. We went for Sam Darnold instead. I was just like, okay, if that's what y'all want to do. Oh my God. Can you imagine Matthew Stafford in a Panther uniform? Speaking of Stafford, Matt, I'm going to get to him in a second, but I want to get. You know what? Let's look at this man's stats. Hold up. I need to see this man's stats. I got to show y'all why I wanted Stafford. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We were this close to getting this man in Carolina. This close. If the Rams hadn't offered the house and the kitchen sink for him. And it pissed me off royally when it happened. I was like, we had the most perfect offer sent to him. I mean, you could. That was a golden goose offer that we were throwing at him. It was perfect. And then here comes the Rams with everything in the kitchen sink and the entire Jumanji board coming at us and stolen from out under us, man. That. God. Oh, y'all gonna be amazed at this. All right, 4,142 yards this season, third in the league. Third in the league. Y'all hearing this? All you Stafford naysayers, you hearing this? 35 touchdowns, second in the league. I'm going to say it again 35 touchdowns, second in the league. 10 interceptions, tied for 15th in the league. Quarterback rating 65.6, third in the league. All of this is top 15. All you Stafford naysayers, come on, come at me. What y'all got? What y'all got? All you people who wanted Cam Newton up in here, man. All you people who wanted Darnold up in here, come at me. Come on. I want to see y'all in chat right now. I want to see y'all in chat right now. Speaking your piece right now. And look at that. It's silent as a graveyard, ain't it? Silent as a graveyard. Whose choice was it to get Stafford? Whose suggestion? Thank you. I will take my credit for that one. Thank you. And again, I am not an egoist. I am not, self centered at all. But that was my suggestion first, was Stafford. I was the first one to do it. Come at me, naysayers. Yeah, y'all real quiet now. Y'all real quiet now. Y'all don't want to hear all that. Nah. Y'all going back to your little caves. You cave dwellers. Oh, lordy. Corey McKinney says, I have no respect for Thomas Brady. And that's how I'll address him, as Thomas. Yes, sir. Thomas Brady. Love that comment right there. That's great. I think we needed the growth of letting Cam go, moving on, and swallowing our pride and telling him we need him back. Mmm. What you think about that comment right there? That's a big one right there, isn't it? Wow. I think you're right. I think you're right, Corey McKinney. I think we did need that. But I'll tell you what we didn't need is Cam saying the same thing. I just want to get ready for next week. I just want to get ready for next week. I want to get ready for next week. That's what we don't need. Is him in that mindset. Anyway, I'm sorry. What were you gonna say? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's right. I mean, we needed that energy that he brings. And now that Cam is back, it's just like, okay, well, what now? We're 0 4, but half of that is not even Cam's fault. Cam walked into this situation knowing exactly what he was walking into and exactly what would happen. So, I mean, except with the expectation that he thought maybe I might be able to win a few games, go out on a high note. But here's the thing, man. I want Cam for another 2 years. And here's why I say this. We need to fix the offensive line, and we need a solid, dependable quarterback that is going to sell tickets and merch and everything else while we do it. We got to keep the money flowing in. And Cam is a fan favorite, you know. Everybody loves Cam. If he can weather 2 more years, man, and then retire with us, we can develop a quarterback behind that. We can develop a line. We can prepare ourselves for the future. And I think Cam is the good Samaritan bridge quarterback that could do that, man. I think he would do that for us if he knew what we were trying to do. What do you think? Oh, here comes the butt. What's up? Mm-hmm. I mean, no, it's fine. Put it any way you think is necessary because Not necessarily. I think part of that is the repercussions of the concussion. Where he's not, his mindset isn't 100% there. To where he's been able to make reads like he used to. Um, and that's why you saw less and less deep balls. Um, is because he's not sure if he can actually connect with his receivers or not deep ball. He's not sure if he's gonna undercut those balls, those passes. He's not sure if one of these guys might move over, right in front of your pass. You have no idea. And that one with AJ Klein is just AJ Klein being AJ Klein. You know, he knew Cam Newton's deficiencies and he took full advantage of it. He's seen that play from 14 and 15 and he took full advantage of it. Now, the rest of these guys are not going to be able to do that because they've never seen his plays before from 14 and 15 because nobody looks back that far. But AJ's a smart man. You don't, yeah, don't underestimate AJ. It will lead to your undoing. Yeah, I mean, and on some of these interceptions, man, yes, it was Cam's fault because he made a bad read or he just didn't see it. You know, I mean, it happens. But there's also the aspect of that concussion uh, aftermath affecting his brain to where he can't read these plays as well as he used to. So to a degree, that comes in to a degree. Now, how much of a degree that is, that's debatable. But his shoulders feeling better, and the accuracy is on Cam. Short and medium range accuracy is on Cam. 100%. We got that shoulder as healed as it's going to be, so he's going to come out there and do whatever he can. It's the Cam Newton that we see in 2021. That's the Cam Newton we signed. We didn't sign the 14 and 15 Cam Newton. We signed the 2021 Cam Newton. So, with that comes that baggage. With that comes the negatives. Um, and with that comes the question marks. Can he do X, Y, and Z that you need him to do? And I did not like the fact that we had to pay $10 million to have this man come back on the field for half a season, but that's what it is. I would have liked to spend a little less than that, but whatever it takes. We were still in the playoff hunt at the time, and the offensive line is not 100% guilt free either. You know, let's assign their blame for his lack of success too. It's very much there. How much of a percentage of that is, that's debatable too. So, uh, Corey McKinney says, I want Cam to be our quarterback too after we get our quarterback one. Cam will be like 34 by the time we get our quarterback one. Most teams probably won't want Cam as a starter at that point, so it's best to keep him home. I agree. I agree. And I said that to say, we need a stable quarterback, that will at least get us through these seasons until we can get ourselves set up. Yes, we're going to have some losing seasons in between. It's going to happen. But, you know, once we get set up, we'll have Cam Newton as our backup quarterback. We'll have our number one quarterback be the one that we drafted and developed. We'll have our line, and all we'll need to do is just fill in the gaps at that point. Uh, I did. I did. I smiled at that one. Oh, really? That's cool, man. uh, yeah, but I think, if we properly grow this team and we have Cam as the backup, I would be okay with that. Yeah, sure. Keep him home. Let him retire with us. Absolutely. Yeah, nobody's going to want him at that point. You got a point, man. People barely want him now. I mean, let's be real here, man. 2 or 3 years is not going to matter. You know, keeping him around, helping him, letting him help develop the new quarterback. Get this picture in your head. Kendon Slovis, quarterback to Cam Newton. Maybe. You really have a lot of faith in Kendon Slovis there. That's Yeah, he's got a lot of faith in him. Yeah. Man, I'm just looking at Stafford's numbers, man. This is what we could have had. It's like that Wolverine picture, man. You know? I miss that. I miss those numbers being in Carolina, man. Oh, I want them. I want them, don't y'all? Oh, it's so sad. We have been missing every opportunity at things that we should have had and take advantage of every opportunity that we don't need. Mm. Y'all listen to Stafford's numbers, man. This is the most consistent quarterback I have seen as of recently. And this is if you build a line around. Okay, the Rams have built a line around this man. 21 for 29, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick against the Seattle Seahawks. Against the Arizona Cardinals, who are a playoff contender. 23 for 30, 287 yards, 3 touchdowns. No picks. Against the Green Bay Packers, 21 for 38, 302 yards, 3 touchdowns. Against the San Francisco 49ers, 26 for 41, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. But notice the sack column. He got sacked 4 times against Seattle, 3 times against Arizona, 2 times against Green Bay, and 2 times against San Francisco. I'm skipping over the Jacksonville game because it don't matter. Notice those sack numbers. Now, don't those seem awfully familiar to our quarterbacks? Meaning that Rams line isn't as great as everybody thinks it is. So, if those numbers are what they are, what would he do in Carolina with our line that we refuse to fix correctly? Hmm. Makes you think, doesn't it? Really makes you think. I mean, you're looking at 250 yards every single game from this man consistently. What have we been getting with our quarterbacks? We ain't even been able to get 250, if that. Some games, if that. Mm, mm. That's sad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fine, man. It's gonna be an L. Y'all already know it's gonna be an L. Mm. Mm-hmm. Go Panthers, man. All right. Keep pouting, man. Take care of yourself. Merry Christmas, Anthony. Or happy holidays, whichever y'all prefer, man. Either one works. Either one works here. All right, buddy. Take care. All right, so we could pull up those highlights if you want. Yeah, we could do that. You know, bottom line, we just really need to fix this culture of this team. It's ridiculous. All right, so let's take a look at some highlights of this man right now. I'm gonna choose the bigger one. All right. Let me turn on the sound. Oh shoot, y'all couldn't even hear this man on YouTube, could you? I'm so sorry. Oh snap, my bad, y'all. I'm slipping today. I'm slipping, y'all, man. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go. I'm about to turn this music off because I don't know how much of this is copyrighted. Here we go. All right, so Kenon Slovis highlights. Let's take a look. So he's a Trojans man. Whoa, I like that accuracy. Really like that deep ball accuracy. That's some solid stuff right there. Ooh, I'm feeling this. Feeling this right now. Oh, look at that elusiveness. Okay. So it so thus far he has checked off the deep ball. He has checked off the accuracy box, and he's checked off the elusiveness box. Let's see what else we can do. See what other ways he impresses us. Oh, what a rainbow pass right there. Oh my god. Mm. He's got some good receivers too. And I also want y'all to notice. Okay, watch. Watch how these guys go back, but they don't go behind. All right, hold up. Let me collect my thoughts on this real quick because I want y'all to see this. All right, once this, there we go. Now, once this play starts, watch the offensive line. This is kind of what I'm talking about right here. I want y'all to see the visual on this for all those that are visual learners. Now, these guys will step back about 2 steps and then they'll engage the defender to block. Now, your outside guards are basically going to end up in these spots right here. That's your typical pocket. The guards need to be resilient right here at the line. And that's a beautiful throw right there. And I wanted to pause that in between the catch, to kind of watch where that was placed. Okay, this play is a perfect example of what I was trying to say earlier with the offensive lineman. Watch their point of attack right here. You see, this is was supposed to be a 3-man rush. And these linemen stick right there at the line of scrimmage. They don't get pushed back. They don't get pushed. They don't get destroyed. They're right there at the line. And look what happens when you get a clean pocket like that. Magic. If it's a good quarterback, look at this right here. There's the line of scrimmage. Look how far behind that line of scrimmage they are. They're not 5 miles behind the line of scrimmage like our linemen are. No, they're right at the line of scrimmage, maybe 1 or 2 yards behind it. And yeah, maybe they get pushed back a little. But what a throw. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. What a ball placement pass right there. Oh my god. Look, y'all look at how tight that window is that he's got to throw this thing into. Look at this window that he's throwing this into. Look how much space in between these defenders is what I mean when I say window. Look at this, man. Wow. That is impressive. That is actually really impressive. I like this guy. Oh, right in front of him. Right in stride. You notice he didn't have to break stride to get that ball? You notice he didn't have to move anywhere to get that? Or dive or jump? No, it was just right in stride. That's what we need in Carolina, right there. Look at the elusiveness. He's got all day and he takes it. What a throw! Oh my god. And look at this chemistry. You got to place this ball perfectly under pressure. Oh, wow. Very nice. Okay, granted, he beat the defender on that play, but these are gorgeous throws, man. I see why people like this guy. Oh, that's wide open right there. You know, his chemistry, these guys are on the same page. This highlight reel has everything that we aren't doing. You know what I mean? That's what I'm noticing right now. What a throw! Oh my god. Oh, perfectly in stride. Oh, that's wow. Wow. That's pass interference and he still caught it anyway. He was mugging him. That's too easy. Lazy defense right there. Lazy coverage. Oh, look at that ball placement. No, 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 no. Let me back that up. Let me back that up. Look at this ball placement, y'all. Not this one. The next one. This is crazy good ball placement. Look how clean that pocket is, first of all. You think we get that in Carolina? No way. Look at where he throws this thing. This is just nuts. Right there. You got to throw that ball perfectly right in the right spot for him to be able to catch that thing. And that defender was mugging him like no tomorrow. Wow. I'm surprised they didn't get a flag for that. Oh, too easy. Look at that nickel defense. Come on. That stiff arm at the end. Oh! Was that in? No way was that in. I gotta look at that one again. Hold up. That was. Bro, no way was that in. Oh my god, please replay it. Thank you. Look at this placement. Look at this. That is ridiculous placement. I've never seen anything like that. Wow. He jammed that ball in there so hard the defender couldn't even touch it. Oh, that was beautiful right there. Oh, nice placement. Okay. Very nice. Right on the sideline. This is pleasing to watch, really. It honestly is. He's calm, collected. He knows what he's doing. You know? He's not even worried back there. And see, that's what happens when you build a line that blocks like that. These quarterbacks are not scared. They're not running around. They're not terrified, you know, that they're going to get clobbered, you know. They actually feel that they have enough time to throw these balls and get accurate reads. And that's something we need in Carolina. Wow. I'm starting to take these Trojan offensive linemen a little more seriously, along with him. I mean, look at the blocking on some of these plays. Hmm. Oh, that's a moneymaker right there. Oh, yeah. Corner pass. What an absolute dart. I like how he waited till the last second right before he was about to get clobbered back there to get rid of that ball. Knowing full well that he was going to get clobbered, but he didn't give up. He knew the play was there to be made. Beautiful route. The chemistry on that. Okay, hold up. Let me go back to that end zone shot right there. Y'all need to see this, man. Because watch where he's starting from on this play. This is from the 5-yard line. Look at the accuracy and the release. I want y'all to clock this. Hold up. I want y'all to clock this. 1, 2, 2.5, and he's got that ball released already. Who do you know that throws it like that? Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's got the quickest and accurate, shortest short pass release I've ever seen. And Slovis is starting to really appeal to me on that right there. That's a tough pass to get in the end zone. Look how much room he had. Wide open nickel defense. I'm seeing a lot of nickel and cloud defense. I could be wrong about that. Again, I don't have the knowledge about defensive playbooks and stuff like that everybody else does. But a lot of these ones where they're wide open, it just seems like nickel defense. Because they're afraid of him deep ball throwing on them. Okay, 5-yard line. Look at that. Look how quick that release was. I want to run that one back. And first of all, look at this pocket. He's already got this man on the ground. I like that left guard, man. I like that left. Look how quickly he's already got this ball in his hand, ready to throw. 2.5 seconds. He's already ready to zip. Gorgeous. Corey McKinney, I'm with you, man. I think we found a winner right here. I like this guy because a lot of that is going to translate to the NFL level very well. Mm. Got him by the leg. Nice pass, dude. Love that. Notice he doesn't throw it behind him. He doesn't throw it, 10 miles over their head. He doesn't throw it short. Ooh. But he throws it in just the right spot where it doesn't break stride. That's that's something we need, man. That is definitely something we need. Look at the pressure on that. That's a quick release right there. I like that. I like that, man. 2.5. Already ready to throw. If he needs more time, he's got it. You know? Every play consistently. 2.5. Boom. Ball's out of his hand. 2.5. Boom. Ball's out of his hand. It's consistent, bro. If he needs more time, he can use his legs to keep the play alive. I mean, these are things that you can't teach in the NFL. These guys come in here naturally able to do this with good coaching, from the college level, on down. But the accuracy in the quick release, that's something you don't teach that in the NFL. You really don't. Of course, I think the quarterback coach that's working with Tannehill and Ken Dorsey would probably disagree with that, but it is what it is. It's very nice. Oh yeah, that's a big wide receiver. You know how many people it took to get him down? Who is that guy, by the way? Seems to be his favorite target. Oh my god, look at the quickness of this throw. There's no way you're defending that. It's impossible. Dude, look how quickly he's got that ball out of there. That is crazy. Yeah, you definitely sold me on this dude. Oh yeah, easy pass, man. It just lets his running back do the work for him. It's that simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are easy plays. Some of them you might see in the NFL, some maybe not, but notice how he just lets these guys do the work for him. The yards after the catch. Oh, perfectly placed high ball. I was waiting to see a high ball. Good. Perfect slant. Oh, yes. Absolutely amazing protection right there. There you go. Uh, I will definitely give that a like. That was a very good highlight reel of what he can do, and it showed me all of the boxes that you're looking for in a quarterback. You know, drafting wise. Um, and I mean all of them. I was very impressed. So we'll keep his name on the back burner, man. And you sold me on him, Corey. You definitely sold me on him, Mr. McKinney. Dude, I would definitely hire you as my head scout if I was GM. I absolutely would. Put us both together. Wow. Imagine the work we could get done. And all I would need is somebody that could handle the contracts and stuff like that. Because that's really my weakness. But, we got some smart cookies up in this chat, man. For real. Y'all some really smart guys, man. I like this. And that's the type of people I wanted to attract with this channel, is the smart guys that we could have intelligent conversations, intelligent debates, and properly discuss the issues going on with this team. And it's beautiful to watch. It really is. What we've created. I'm so thankful for y'all, man. So uh is there anything else we want to discuss? Well, I kind of want to look at let's see. I'm kind of curious about that box score of the Saints game. We can look at that real quick. Oh, there isn't one? That's a shame. Oh, it's a game center. Okay. Box score. That's what I want. Now, see, check this out. This is the difference that Tom Brady makes. Even with the Saints limiting them to no points at all, they still put up 302 total yards as a team. Total net yards. And under 3 penalties. That's it. Even with this team not putting up anything last week, you're still looking at 26 for 48, 214 yards. I mean, Tom Brady is just Tom Brady. They managed to stop Leonard Fournette 9 carries for 34 yards. Okay, so the wide receivers are still looking pretty here, with Godwin getting 49 yards, Johnson getting 41, Fournette getting 33, Gronk getting 29, and Brake getting 22. Beyond that, it goes underneath that level. So, Alvin Kamara only had 11 carries, 18 yards. I know y'all are curious about that number. There you go. He's become more of a receiver now. 2 catches for 13. But look at Callaway. 6 catches, 112 yards. All right, so he was burning somebody. That was a matchup burnout right there. That's what that tells me. One of the corners could not keep up with this man. And Tampa's secondary could not stop him. That's very interesting. Even though Hill went only 13 catches for 27, 154 yards, he still had a rushing attack of 11 carries for 33 yards. And Mark Ingram only getting 10 yards. I mean, this was a very quiet game. You know, you had 6 penalties by the Saints, and still, I don't even understand how this game score was possible. The Saints defense is not that great. I'm telling you. I'm not buying it. I refuse to buy it, bro. I don't trust these groceries. They're in this shopping cart, man. I don't trust them. Look at all these weapons on offense, man. Look at this defense. You gonna tell me they didn't get any points at all? Boy. Now imagine this. If we had won that Giants game, if we had won that Vikings game earlier this year, just imagine. And we had won that Washington game, we'd be sitting there with 10 or 11 wins this year. And this would have been number 12. It would look real good on our mantle as number 12 as a possibility had we had gotten here. But we didn't. Of course we didn't. Because this team has a horrible habit of losing games that we should win during a playoff run. Mentality. We just gave up. We gave up. How many teams do you know that give up during a playoff run? No, you fight back. I refuse to believe, looking at this Buccaneers offense, that they got 0 points. I refuse to. There ain't no way, bro. There ain't no way. That's like if the Buffalo Bills get 0 points in a game. Would y'all believe that? That's like if the Dallas Cowboys get 0 points this year. Would y'all believe that? Shoot. With all those weapons on that offense, there ain't no way. I'm not taking that bait. Something is gonna happen on Sunday to where all these guys come back and they absolutely put us through the shredder. Something's gonna happen, man. I'm telling you. There ain't no way that score is legitimate. That does not represent this team at all. if I was, I can imagine the Tampa Bay podcast, on Sunday afternoon, just going, "What is this score?" I bet you every one of them is losing their mind. And I would hesitate to call this a skid at all. Everybody's just like, "Oh, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are skidding." It's one loss, bro. It's one loss. Look at this. They beat Buffalo 33-27. They beat the Falcons 30-17. They beat the Colts 38-31. Another playoff team, by the way. They beat the Giants 30-10. The last time they actually legitimately lost a game was Washington in Week 10. Since their bye week. So please tell me how this team is on a skid. Please explain to me how this team is on a skid, because I ain't buying it. No. I ain't buying it. There ain't no way. Now, if you lost to the Colts, if you lost to the Falcons, if you lost to the Bills, that would be a different matter before that 0-9. Then, yes, that's a skid. But they won all three of these games. And by the scores that you would expect, too. 33-27. Bills fought back. It was a close game. Playoff team. Colts. 38-31. Colts fought back. Indianapolis. It was a close game. All the playoff contenders fought back. Look at it. 28-22. Win. The Eagles fought back with 22. That's how much they were averaging at the time in Week 6. Patriots 19-17. Now, doesn't that score look familiar? We've been seeing that score a lot with New England. And that was at Foxborough against Belichick. That's hard to do, boys. That's hard to do. Ladies and gentlemen, they slaughtered the Dolphins 45-17. But look how close they came to the Rams 34-24 in Week 3. Slaughtered the Falcons. Wasn't even close. 31-29 over the Cowboys. They beat the Cowboys. They did what we couldn't do in Week 1. This team loses 9-0 against the Saints, and it's a skid? What? Anyone that calls that a skid does not understand football. I'm sorry, but you do not understand football. You do not understand. Please come back when you can actually have a proper football conversation. You know what I mean? And then we'll talk. Oh, wow. They also did another thing that we couldn't do. They destroyed the Giants 30-10. They beat the Falcons twice. Yet another thing we couldn't pull off. And of course, we're not going to beat the Bills. We got slaughtered by the Bills. So, of course, they beat the Bills, too. I mean, these are all telltale signs that this team may make a Super Bowl run. There's a very, very strong chance of it. And I believe that Week 3 matchup right there against the Rams is the NFC Championship rematch. rematch. Rematch, and this time the Bucks are gonna win if they face them again. If they face the Dallas Cowboys, this Dallas team has thrown punch after punch after punch at everybody. I mean, it's like a Mike Tyson fight going up against the Cowboys in that scary good offense that they have. And yet Tampa managed to win that game and go blow for blow right along with them. So I'm calling this Saints game center. We got Tristan Wirfs making the Pro Bowl. I heard Brian Burns made the Pro Bowl too. Good for him. All right. Well, I'm probably not going to delay this stream much longer. I do have family coming in tomorrow, so plus Christmas. I'll try to get this video out tonight. And a Christmas video as well, of course. Season's greetings, of course. That's what I do. But thank you guys so much for a very successful stream. I don't think there's very much else to discuss here. Unless you guys want to throw something in chat, go for it. You got a couple minutes. I like this guy though. Let's see. Boom. Yeah, is that gonna do it, guys? I guess that'll do it. All right. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to hit that like and follow button, as well as the subscribe button and the bell. Select all. And we appreciate you guys coming through. That's what's up, man. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. Hope it's a joyous one. Hope you can spend time with your families and enjoy it. And take that time to relax, you know? Thank you so much for all your support this year. Appreciate it. And all the new likes and subs. Shout out to Anthony Rochelle, who was in my chat. Shout out to Malachi. Shout out to Corey McKinney, who was very active today. Shout out to let's see. The chat on Facebook is being a pain in the rear end again. Shout out to Earl. Appreciate you. Let's see, who else am I shouting out? I think that's pretty much everybody. It's just not going to let me. You know what? Facebook chat is what it is. So, Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Joshua. I hope I pronounced that name right. Joshua, who liked the page. Shout out to Mystery Popsicle, who subscribed to the channel. Shout out to Nigel, who also subscribed to the channel. I think I got everybody else that's in the mini feed. So there you go. That being said, we appreciate everybody. I've had a blast, and I think. Oh, okay. Anthony Rochelle's back in the chat. What's up, man? You got any last minute things you want to throw in chat to talk about? I can go a couple more minutes. What you got? Unless you just want to finish up the stream here, which I kind of want to do. Because I got family coming through here soon. All right, that being said, I guess that'll do it. Appreciate y'all, man.
I went back to college.
Let's get the outro music on. Okay. Yeah, not much to talk about, man. True that. True that. I'm surprised you're still around, man. Thank you so much. This late into the stream. You doing some extra duty. As the moderator. Appreciate it. Yeah, not many people hang around this late. Alright, guys. Thank you very much, and as always, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Enjoy those holidays, and I will see you guys soon. Peace.
Buddha.